But he then also again requested that in an event that he's not yet, either today or even tomorrow, I should continue to stand in on his behalf. And then I said to him, no, I don't have a problem, I may do that. But emphatically, he mentioned that he is only avoiding, he's doing this to avoid, to request a further postponement of this case in order to prolong it on account of his condition. I requested him to discuss his request with his client, Mr. Sibiya, in his presence. And Mr. Sibiya confirmed that he does not have a problem if I honor Mr. Mngomezulu's request. I would therefore request that the court also confirm that arrangement with Mr. Sibiya, my lord. Thank you, my lord.
Thanks. Just interpret for...
Okwenzekayo ke namuhla njengoba sibonako ukuthi ubaba uMngomezulu akekho nabameli bacela ukuthi bahambe bayobona umehluleli ehhovisi lakhe sekuyabuywa ke manje inkulumo ke noma bekhulunywa ke khona lapho ila ubaba uMngomezulu acele khona ubaba umnisi ukuthi ke kube uyena ke ozommela nanjengoba engekho ethi ke ugwema ukuthi ke icala liphinde lihlehliswe ke ngoba engazi ke ukuthi nanjengoba izolo ebezobuyela kudokotela udokotela uzothini kuyena nanjengoba sesibona ukuthi akekho namuhla okushoyo ke ukuthi ngempela udokotela ushilo ukuthi ke akahlaleke endlini esingazi ukuthi amalanga amangaki manje ke uthi ke uadvocate umnisi mayitshela inkantolo ukuthi lokho kwenziwe ukhona ke wena baba uSibiya ubiziwe nawe washo ke nawe ukuthi cha awunankinga uma kuukuthi ke nanjengoba engekho baba uMngomezulu uadvocate umnisi usengaqhubeka ke namuhla kube uyena ke omela yena ubaba uMngomezulu.
Yes, thanks. Yes, Mr. Sibiya, stand up, please. We have heard the discussion regarding the condition of your advocate, Mr. Mngomezulu. Is that so, sir?
Uzwile ke isimo mayelana nommeli wakho ubaba uMngomezulu angithi kunjalo? Yes, my lord.
You agree and confirm the arrangements that Advocate Nisi will stand in his stead on your behalf.
Uyavumelana ke futhi ke uyaqinisekisa lokho oqeda ukukhuluma uyena ke uadvocate umnisi ukuthi ke nikhulumile nazwana ukuthi ke baba umnisi angaqhubeka ke nanjengoba engekho baba uMngomezulu. Yes, my lord.
Okay, thank you.
Siyabonga.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
As the court pleases, my lord. Is this one?
Please remind that you are still under oath, Brigadier.
Yes, my lord.
Brigadier Gininda, when we adjourned yesterday, we requested you to place the rest of the information that appears on the annexure to Exhibit EE5. You had progress up to the 19th of March 2015. These are the withdrawals from the net bank account of accused number 1. You can proceed.
Yes, my lord. So
you can start there on the 19th of March 2015.
Okay. So the date, my lord, is 2015 March the 19th. Time is 12:22:58 seconds. The type of transaction. Just hang on, my lord. It was a cash withdrawal, and it was at Itala Shopping Center, Ulundi. The second one is 2015 July 15. Time 12:05:24 seconds. It was a cash withdrawal at shop 11A and 11B, corner MC Johannesburg, SGZA. The next entry, my lord, is 2015 July 15, again same date. Time 12:08:11 seconds. Cash withdrawal at the same shop, shop 11A and shop 11B, corner MC Johannesburg, SGZA. The next entry, my lord, is 2015 July 16, 13:22:56 seconds. It's a cash withdrawal at shop 11 11A and 11B. No, 104 and 106, level 100, Johannesburg, SGZA, my lord. The next entry is 2015, July 16, same date, 13:48, 18 seconds. It's for goods and services, the papers. And the location, my lord, it simply says 1RW174 CPT WZA. That's all it says in terms of the location. The next entry is 2015, July 16, 13:54, 58 seconds, goods and services again. It was at Spitz Carlton Center in Johannesburg. The next entry is 2015, July 16, 14:03, 51 seconds, goods and services. It was Studio Carlton in Johannesburg, my lord. Then the next entry is 2015, July the 16th, 15:54, 54 seconds in terms of the time. It's goods and services as well. That was, the location is Overland Liquors, Foslo, Johannesburg, ZA. Next entry is 2015, July 17, 10:58 seconds. It was a cash withdrawal, my lord. It was Connor Jack and Victoria, 5th Germiston, EGZA. Next entry, 2015, July 07, time 11:07, 46 seconds. It's goods and services, the purpose thereof. Goods and services, and it was Studio Germiston, Johannesburg, the location, my lord. The next entry is 2015, July 19, 11:10 with 27 seconds in terms of the time. It was a cash withdrawal, and it was at ABSA, Johannesburg Central, Prinsloo, Johannesburg, ZA. Next entry is 2015, July 20. Time is 18:20, 40 seconds. It was a cash withdrawal, my lord. It was at shop 11A and 11B, Naledi, SV Foslo, VTZA in Fosloras. Next entry is 2015, July the 21st, my lord. Time is 11:11, 46 seconds. It was a cash withdrawal at shop 11A and 11B, Naledi, S Fosloras, VTZA. Next date, 2015, July the 22nd, time 16:23, 04 cash withdrawal, and it was at DNR Fosloras, Naledi M Fosloras, 09ZA, my lord. The next date is 2015, July the 28th, 14:52, 14 seconds. It was a cash withdrawal at shop 11A and 11B, Naledi S Johannesburg, SGZA. Then the next entry is 2015, July the 31st, 08:04, 23 seconds. It was a cash withdrawal. But it says insufficient, so it didn't go through, my lord, because it says insufficient funds. But the purpose was a cash withdrawal, and then it was done at Corner, Brookfield and Blair in Johannesburg, SGZA. Next entry is 2015, July 31, time 08:05, 13 seconds, cash withdrawal. Also didn't go through at the same location, Corner, Brookfield and Blair, Johannesburg, SGZA. Next entry, 2015, 07:31, same date, my lord, 08:05, 58 seconds, cash withdrawal. That was at the same location, Corner, Brickfield and Blair, Johannesburg, SGZA. Yes, that is the last one, my lord.
Thank you.
Izolo-ke, Izolo ke besibheke ukusebenza ke kwekhadi ela Standard Bank namuhla ke lana ukusebenza kwekhadi la Nedbank siqala ngazo 19 kuMarch 2015 isikhathi u12:22 nama seconds awu58 kwakhishwa ke imali kwenzeka lokho ke eThala Shopping Center uLundi kwase kuthi ngeyi15 zika July 2015 isikhathi u12:05:24 nalapho kwakhishwa imali ku shop 11A noma ke istolo u11A no11B ekhona yase MC eJohannesburg bese kuthi ngeyi15 ku July 2015 isikhathi 12:06 nama seconds awu11 kwakhishwa imali istolo u11A no11B khona MC eJohannesburg ngeyi16 ku July 2015 isikhathi u13:22 ama seconds awu56 ila kwakhishwa khona ke imali istolo 104 ukuyofica ke ku 106 level 100 khona eJohannesburg ngeyi16 ku July 2015 isikhathi u13:45 nama seconds awu18 ila khona ke kwase noma ke kwathengwa ke khona ke kubhalwe TRW banguthi ke mangaphazamike u West kodwa kubhalwe uTRW 174 kwase kubhalwa CPT WZA bese kuthi ngeyi16 ku July 2015 isikhathi u13:54 nama seconds awu58 kwathengwa ke nalapho eSpeeds eCarlton Center eJohannesburg ngeyi16 ku July 2015 isikhathi u14:03 ama seconds awu51 kwathengwa ke nalapho eStudio 88 eCarlton Center eJohannesburg kwase kuthi ngeyi16 ku July kuyena ke u2015 isikhathi u14:03 nama seconds awu51 kwathengwa ke nalapho le ngiqedwe isho manje bese kuthi ngeyi16 ku July 2015 isikhathi 15:54 nama seconds awu54 nalapho kwathengwa ke eOverland Liquors eFoslo eJohannesburg bese kuthi ngeyi17 ku July 2015 isikhathi u10:58 nama seconds awu6 kwakhishwa imali khona ke ekhona Jack and Victoria Street eJermiston bese kuthi ngeyi17 ku July 2015 isikhathi 11:07 nama seconds awu45 kwathengwa ke khona Studio 88 eJermiston eJohannesburg bese kuthi ngeyi19 ku July 2015 isikhathi 11:10 nama seconds awu27 kwakhishwa ke imali eAbsa Johannesburg Central ePrinsloo eJohannesburg ngeyi20 July 2015 isikhathi 18:20 ama seconds awu40 kwakhishwa khona ke imali istolo 11A no11B eNaledi eFosloras bese kuthi ngeyi21 July 2015 isikhathi 11:11 ama seconds awu46 kwakhishwa ke imali istolo 11A no11B eNaledi eFosloras bese kuthi ngeyi22 July 2015 isikhathi 16:23 ama seconds awu4 kwakhishwa khona ke imali DNR Phosphorus eNaledi ePhosphorus base kuthi ngeyi28 July 2015 isikhathi 14:52 ama seconds awu14 kwakhishwa ke imali istolo 11A no11B eNaledi eJohannesburg bese kuthi ngeyi31 July 2015 isikhathi 8:04:23 kwakhishwa khona ke imali ibhaliwe ukuthi ke imali ke yayingenele okusho ukuthi ke ayizange ke imali iphumeke kodwa kwabhalwa ke ekhona Brickfield neBie eJohannesburg kwase kuthi ngeyi31 July 2015 isikhathi 8:05:13 kwakhishwa imali futhi ke nalapho imali ayizange itholakale khona ekhona Brickfield neBie eJohannesburg ngeyi31 July 2015 8:05:58 nalapho kwakhishwa ke imali ekhona Brickfield and Bie eJohannesburg.
Thank you. Can we then just revisit one aspect regarding your evidence, you mentioned that there were several factors that inform you that they were intruders. In this matter,
Correct, my lord.
there were people who intruded in the house at 13511 Kutwanong section,
That is correct, my
Kutwanong
lord.
Street in Mzamo section.
That is correct, my lord.
Ushilo ukuthi kunezinto ke ithizeke ezakubangela ukuthi ufinyeleleke ekuthini ke ngempela ke kunabantu abangena noma ababengenileke kuloya muzi ke e13511 eKutlanong Street Mzamo section ePhosphorus. Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
You also mentioned the evidence of Constable Mtetwa as well as Constable Matebula.
That is correct, my lord.
Ukhulumile ke ngabo ubufakazi bakhe uConstable Mthethwa kanye naye uConstable Matebula. Yebo kuyiqiniso.
And in particular, as to what they were informed upon arrival at the scene.
Yes, indeed, my lord.
Futhi ke mayelana naloko abakutshelwa uma ngabe befika kuyona indawo yesigameko. Yebo kuyiqiniso.
I just wish to refer you to the evidence of Constable Mtetwa given on the 15th of August 2023, page 2 thereof. If you can place on record the testimony starting from line 19. As well as page 103, lines 21 to 24, and up to page 104.
Ngicela ke ufundeke lana ubufakazi bakhe ke umthethwa ke bange 15 ku August 2023.
The highlighted portions.
Indeed, my lord. The highlighted portion for the date of the 15th of August 2023 reads as follows, my lord. Under Mr. Mtetwa, we then received a complaint via radio control that there was a shooting in progress at Muzamo. Then, Mr. Baloyi, what time did the complaint came through? Mr. Mtetwa, 7 minutes to 9. Then the next page, my lord, the highlighted portion, Mr. Mtetwa, just as we stopped, opened the window, my lord, because she was waving. She was, let me just check something, my lord, I want to confirm something. Okay, yes, my lord. So it proceeds just as we stopped, opened the window, my lord, because she was waving, stopping the van, and then she pointed that they ran towards this direction, and we turned around, my lord, and we just around it, and we came back. Then the court asked, my lord, they ran towards this direction, and she pointed on what the general consensus that there is a park. Mr. Mtetwa, my lord, says towards the park. Then the court, and then did you proceed towards the park? Mr. Mtetwa, yes, my lord. Then Mr. Mtetwa also, okay, and then the court says, right, and what did you do there? Mr. Mtetwa, the lights were on, my lord, but we also applied our lights with the other lights, with the hope that maybe we might see someone running. Yes, that is the last
Thank you.
highlighted portion, my lord.
Lana ke ubufakazi bukaMthethwa ke akufundayo ke brigadier buhamba ngalendlela ke sase sithola ke umbiko ke ngayo iradio ukuthi ke kwakunodubulo okwakwenzeka ke eMzamo wabuza ke umshushisi kwakungabani isikhathi wathi nje imizuzu ke u7 ngaphambi kuka9 nokuthi kushaye u9 uyaqhubeka ke umthetho sathi ke uma sima ke sivula ke ifasitela noma ke iwindow wabe ke etshengisa ke ngesandla sakhe ke ukuthi ke emisa ke yona imoto yamaphoyisa noma ke ivan wase ekhomba ke ukuthi bagijime baya ngale esikhombisa ke ngakwi wase eshoko ukuthi bajika futhi sase nathi ke siyahamba ke lapho esho ke ukuthi ke noma inkantolo esesho ke manje babaleka ke baya ngakulolu hlangothi yena ke ekhomba esho futhi ukuthi kwakuyipark leyo umthethwa yebo babaleka ke baya ngase park ingabe ke sekubuza inkantolo ke manje ingabe nani ke naya ke ngase park yebo kosenkantolo saya kwakukhanya ke lapho nathi ke sakhanyisa ke ngezethu ke ibane ukubhekana ukuthi akekho yini esingambona ebaleka noma egijima.
Thank you. You also refer to the evidence of Constable Matebula.
Correct, my lord.
Ukhulumile nangobufakazi bakhe uConstable Matebula yebo kuyiqiniso.
We're going to show you portions of his evidence given on the 16th of August 2023, page 26, from line 20 up to line 24, as well as page 27, line 2 to 4, and on the same page 27, line 19 up to 23. If you can just place that on record.
Yes, indeed, my lord. So the date is 16th of June, 2013, my lord, and the highlighted portions reads as follows, under Mr. Matebula.
16 August. Sorry.
Is it August? Yes.
Yes, sorry.
16 August 2020. My apologies, my lord. The highlighted portion for Mr. Matebula reads as follows, my lord. At 20:53, we are at the police station detaining. Whilst at the police station, we received a complaint via radio control, which was a shooting in progress in number 13511 Kutwanong Street, Mzamo, Phosphorus. And the next page, my lord, with the same date of 16 August 2023, Mr. Mtetwa, when the complaint came through, we stopped everything and we rushed to that shooting in progress. Mr. Mtetwa further says, when we got to that street, we saw people standing outside. Mr. Mtetwa again, a certain lady with just a body, but she is a lady, waved to us and pointed to a particular direction. Yes, those are the two highlighted portions.
Lana ke ubufakazi bakhe ke uConstable uMathebula bange 16 August 2023 kwathi ke isikhathi imizuzu ngo2053 imizuzu ke ewu7 ngaphambi kokuthi ke kushaye ke u9 sasise police station sivalela ke sathi ke sise lapho epolice station sathola ke umbiko ngayo ke iradio control ukuthi ke kwakudutshulwa ke enumber 13511 Kutwanong Street eMzamo ePhosphorus. Uma ke lo mbiko loyo ufika ke sayeka konke ke esasikwenza sasesiphuthuma khona lapho ke ekwaku nokudubulo kwakwenzeka khona ke Mr. Matebula uma ngabe sifika ke kuleso strato leso sabona ke abantu bemi ngaphandle kwakunomama othize ke wayenomzimba nje kodwa ke kuumuntu wesifazane yena ke wasikhombisa ke ukuthi ke bagijima ke baya ngakuhlangothi olthize.
Thank you. Now, what is your comment?
My lord, it confirms what I've said earlier, that as I was trying to, right at the beginning, when I was trying to establish as to whether there were intruders or none at the preliminary stage of the analysis of this docket, this is one of the aspects that I looked at, and that is the first responding officers being informed that there was a shooting in progress, and the suspects, in his contained statement, ran towards that direction, which is basically the park. So for me, the fact that the first responders, police officers, were informed clearly that the people who were involved in that shooting ran to a certain direction. It's a clear indication that there were people who were involved and they ran to a certain direction and they were not found on that day, my lord.
Manje ke uthini ke wena ke kulokhu kweqeda ufunda la khulunywa lamaphoyisa amabili ke yena uConstable Mthetho kanye naye uConstable uMathebula nanjengoba bese bengishilo kwaseqaleni kubufakazi bami ke ukuthi uma ngibheka ke idokotela leli kwaseqaleni ke okwami kwakuuqinisekisa noma ukuthola ukuthi babe khona yini abantu abangena kuloya muzi noma cha lokhu ke ikona ke nako ke ekwangihola ke ngoba ke amaphoyisa oqala ukufika lapha yana athi uma ngabe fika atshelwa ukuthi yebo kunabantu futhi labantu bagijima noma babaleka baya ngakuhlangothi oluthize futhi lolo hlangothi lolo ke kwakuyipark okushoyo ukuthi ke impela ke yebo babe khona ke abantu abangena kuloya muzi.
And this, my Lord, as I've said, is in addition to the neighbors, the witnesses who witness people running out of that house after the shooting. So taking that information, which was disposed in the form of a statement, I couldn't ignore the fact that the only inclination or direction is that indeed they were intruders, because this is independent from the people who were inside the house, who were then questionable at that stage that perhaps were they telling the truth or not. These are independent people. These are police officers who were in duty, who simply responded to the crime scene, my Lord, and this is what they were informed. They documented what they were informed. They had no reason to mislead. And the neighbors and the people who also indicated that they saw people running to a certain direction, they were not part of the people who were inside the house. Those were simply eyewitnesses and neighbors who simply indicated what they observed, my Lord.
Futhi ke lokho kuhambelana ke naloko okwakhulunywa ke noma okwashiwo ibona ke omakhelwane ke nabo abasho ke ukuthi yebo impela babona ke abantu begijima ke beya ngakuhlangothi ke oluthize futhi ke labantu akungasiyona ingxenye yalabo ababephakathi ke endlini ke bona ke ngaleso sikhathi ke ekwakungekho isiqiniseko nokuthi bakhuluma iqiniso noma cha kodwa ke lana sithola abantu abawomakhelwane bayasho ukuthi ngempela kunabantu abagijima baya ngakuhlangothi sinamaphoyisa amabili afika ke khona lapho nawo atshelwa ukuthi cha kunabantu abaphumileke endlini bagijima baya ngakuhlangothi oluthize.
Thank you. Now, Brigadier, if we can now deal with accused number 2.
Sorry, before you start, I'm sorry. You said neighbors. There was a neighbor you said in the evidence. They say that neighbor passed away. It's Mr.
Ngasha. Yes, yeah, the senior.
The senior. Was he a policeman or what?
He was a warrant officer, was a police officer, yes, and then he
Retired
retired warrant officer, yes. He
Yeah,
disposed
sorry.
an affidavit and also the same indication was given, my Lord.
Yebo ke kunalo baba ke owashona ke uNqatshe owayeyiphoyisa ke noma owayeyi-warrant officer ke ngaphambilini naye une statement ayesenzile ke esho khona lokho.
And my Lord, further one can say that in dissecting this, because at that stage, it was almost like a fact-finding mission for me. Because we see with this matter, there are sort of two, you have obviously what is contained in the docket, but there seems to be this theory or assertion or allegations, if I can put it that way, that there were no intruders. One needed to dissect what was contained in the docket factually. Not on allegations or theories on hearsay, on the facts that were contained in the docket. And the facts contained in the docket, my Lord, indicate what I've informed the court, that they were independent witnesses other than the people who were in the house who saw people running out of that house. No one could say that the people who ran out of the house were actually the same people who were in the house. They ran, a description is given by the neighbors who were outside. That description, particularly of one of the shooters with the dreadlocks, is also given by the people who were inside the house. So there you find a common factor that there was a person described with a firearm inside the house with dreadlocks. The neighbors, particularly the lady that was sitting outside, that recalled that saying she saw when they were running away that one of the suspects had dreadlocks. Now you have to take that objectively, my Lord, not in terms of hearsay, objectively. In addition to that, my Lord, I've said objective evidence, which is DNA, that was found at the crime scene, excluded everyone that was in the house. What it indicated is that that DNA was left by someone else other than the person who were in the house, the persons who were inside the house. That DNA was obviously at a later stage, my Lord, when these accused were actually now targeted. Their DNA were taken for comparison. I suppose when we get to that stage, I will deal with it, my Lord, because as much as certain findings were made by the specialist, but there were pointers by the specialists to say there are common things that you can find on these people. And for me as an investigator, it was good enough that even if it's 1 or 2% of the DNA, for example, pointing accused number 3, it is enough for me to convince me that he was there as an investigator.
That is not his terrain. It is exclusively not his terrain. He's repeating the very same thing that I cautioned about. Mr. Kininda is not here as an expert, my lord. He's here as a police officer. He only needs to bring information to the court, the basis on which this court then will have to make a decision. He is not here to analyze that information as though he's the one that is going ultimately to give a judgment. He's pretty wrong, and the state is allowing to do that. I don't know if the state is doing that with a view in order to influence the mind of the court. But I'm very grateful because the court said earlier on that the court is well trained and it is experienced enough to separate the wheat from the chaff. What Mr. Kininda is doing now is only trying to influence the mind of the court with a hell lot of a chaff. What is stating now is a chaff. It's nonsensical. It should not be done, my lord. And I'm going to request the state to tell its witness to refrain from what the state's witness is doing, my lord. Because it's not here as an expert, and we're not interested in his opinion. His opinion matters not. Ultimately, it is going to be the duty of the state, on the basis of the evidence that Mr. Kininda would have submitted to this court, to argue what he is now trying to argue. Otherwise, Mr. Baloyi needs to get into the box and Mr. Kininda come into the point where Mr. Baloyi is standing. They need to swap positions. But what he's doing now is pretty nonsensical, my lord.
Okay, yes, let's hear the state. That's the state's
As a good
response.
please, my lord, I think very fresh on the article that the court referred to about courtesy in court, one would have expected Advocate Nisi to refrain from using words such as nonsensical, no matter how strongly he might object to the evidence. I think there's still a duty to show courtesy to the witness and the court. That is the first thing. The second thing is the court had asked this witness a question in elucidation, and the witness was in the process of answering the question that was posed by the court. And thirdly, as Advocate Nisi pointed out, that the court has mentioned that it's trained to separate evidence from opinion evidence.
Usingeneke kulodaba ke ukuthi ke ufakazi besaphendula ke umbuzo inkantolo ubuzile esho ke ukuthi ke kwakunezinkulumo ke eyayikhona ke lana futhi ke kukhona ke nale information eyayikhona ke kwidokodo okwami ke kwakuukuthi ke manje ke ngithole ke ekuyikona kodwa ke ngingalandeli izinsolo ezikhona noma izinkulumo ezikhona ke ukuthi cha abekho abantu ababengenile lapha yana kodwa ke ngibheke lokhu okukhona ke kwidokodo bese ke manje ke ngibheke nalokho ukuthi cha akunabantu ke ababengenile manje ke unabantu ababesendlini ke abashoyo ukuthi omunye wabantu ababephakathi ke endlini wayenama dreadlocks ekwakuyena ke wayephethe isibhamu ube nabo omakhelwane abathi ke kulabo abantu abababona ke bephuma endlini ke ukuthi ke noma sebegijima ke noma bebaleka beya kuhlangothi oluthize omunye wabo wayenama dreadlocks aqhubekeke futhi esebenziseke ukuthi kwakufanele manje ngibhekeke ukuthi ke manje kuloko okhunywa yilabantu ke kuyinhlangothi ezahlukene uthi ke kwabe kusekhona nalobufakazi ke bolibefuzo noma ke phecelezi ke iDNA wabe esenza ke ekhuluma ke ngaye umsolwa ke wesithathu ekula ummeli wakho asukume khona ke ethi asithi ke mhlambe bekukhona ke okwatholakala lapha yana kuDNA leyo noma ke u2% kumina noma u1% kodwa nje okusho ukuthi yebo ke wayekhona ke wabe esesho ukuthi asithi ke mhlambe umsolwa ke wesithathu ekula ummeli ke asukume khona ke ukuthi nje lokho loyo 2% kumina ke wawaneleke ukuthi ngisho ukuthi yebo impela wayekhona lapho.
Thank you. The state will request that those gratuitous and unbridled insults by Advocate Nisi regarding the witness be ignored, my lord.
There is no insult. The word nonsensical is there in the dictionary. Mr. Baloyi is not aware of it, I can refer him to that weight. And the definition of that weight simply means that it makes no sense. It is nonsensical. I don't know how insulting that weight is. And I heard him mentioning that there's an article on a Sunday that he read regarding court ethics and stuff like that. That starts with him. He knows what a duty of a witness who is an investigating officer is when that witness is giving his evidence. It is Mr. Baloyi's duty, first and foremost, as a leader of that witness, to lead that witness specifically on what that witness should come and tell this court, not to allow that witness to be on an escapade and wantonly come and give evidence that it is not in his terrain to come and give. Mr. Baloyi has been allowing Mr. Kininda to give opinion evidence. Mr. Baloyi has allowed this witness on a number of occasions to come up with suggestion that the evidence that is already before court demonstrated that accused number 3 was involved in this matter. He now mentions DNA. Previously, he also mentioned a firearm. It consistently allows this witness, my lord, to go on an escapade on evidence that it's, at this stage it is inadmissible. It's basically giving this witness a role that he himself should actually be playing. For instance, the court has simply asked a question about Mr. Ngacha, whether or not he was still alive or what. This witness now goes out of the rail, it goes out of the question that the court has specifically asked it. And Mr. Baloyi allows that to happen. And then he stands up and says there's an article that has been written by the honorable judges of this court on how ethics is. I am not here, my lord, representing myself. I am here to represent the interest of accused number 3. And I cannot allow witness such as evidence such as the one that is coming from Mr. Kininda to go through the record and miss it down here. I'll never allow that, my lord. Otherwise, I'll be doing injustice in the representation of Mr. Mncube here. But first and foremost, it starts with Mr. Baloyi himself. Thank you, my lord.
To save time, we'll then proceed. I've already mentioned that the witness was commenting on the question that was asked by the court. We had already moved to the situation of accused number 2 when the court asked this witness to comment on something. We cannot interrupt the witness when he answers to a question that was answered by the court and to which the court is entitled to ask. That is the simple fact of the matter. And as we pointed out, my lord, we don't understand the objection that was raised by Advocate Nisi, as the court pleases.
I will make declarations and conclusions regarding the evidence tendered in this court, whether that evidence proves or disproves anything. And I'll quote the reasons why, if I agree or disagree with that evidence. Okay.
Thank you.
Mina-ke uzothatha-ke isinqumo-ke ukuthi-ke ubufakazi obethulwayo-ke lobo bufakazi buvumelekile noma cha, ngizosho futhi-ke nangokomthetho-ke ukuthi umthetho uthini mayelana nalokho.
As the court pleases, my lord, I agree with the court on that it is the duty of the court to analyze the evidence, my lord, at the end of the case. However, my lord, I'm also standing on the point of objection so that it will go on record that it was pointed out, my lord, during the trial stage, that the way that the evidence is elicited at this point in time is not the correct procedure, my lord. Especially, my lord, the reference that has been made by the witness to the Ngashe senior witness, my lord. That statement was never handed in this court. There was no application for the handing over of that statement as hearsay statement. So in other words, my lord, it is not proper before this court. And the witness has made reference to the content of that evidence.
No. Where do I get the evidence? I got the evidence here.
Yes, my lord.
When I came to know that there's a neighbor who has made a statement, who actually also had a commotion, and there's another neighbor also who saw the deceased with his back in a white skipper or sweater
Yes.
in the kitchen and heard commotions. Somebody jumped into the yard and ran outside again. But the evidence of being a policeman who was there, I heard it from here. Am I right or wrong? I mean,
Yes.
how would I know otherwise?
For the one for the police, my lord, I don't have objections because those police testified.
No,
Ah.
Ntetwa and that gentleman, I don't have
Yes,
a problem.
yes, my
I
lord.
mean, Ngashe.
Ngashe,
because
yes,
I wanted
my
to
lord.
know where Ngashe is.
Yes.
And I was told that he's deceased.
Ngashe is deceased, my lord, and his statement was never submitted to this court as evidence, my lord. And therefore, no reference should be made to that statement or can be made to that statement, my lord.
When you say no reference should be made to that statement, no reference should also not be made to the evidence of the son of Ngashe. What's his name, by the way? Kaya. Kaya said, I was with my father. You remember that evidence?
My lord, the son is alive. The son has testified.
You don't know what I'm getting to, you see.
Oh, sorry, my lord.
The son also spoke about the father
Yes.
having seen whatever.
Yes.
That's all. And then the
Yes.
father is dead.
Yes, then let's correct the record, my lord. If we are making reference to the evidence of the Ngashe's son, then it must be directed to that portion of evidence that Ngashe's son said 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Okay.
But reference being made to the statement made by Senior who passed away and his statement has not been submitted as evidence. My lord, I'm raising an objection
Okay,
on that
fine.
point only.
Fine, okay.
Yes, my
Let's
lord.
go on.
And then also, secondly, on the issue of this witness giving analysis or making reference to the expert evidence, my lord, which is the forensic evidence which was led in this court, who is now saying, out of that expert evidence, I can be able to say 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. He's not an expert, my lord. He's not allowed to make any reference and to analyze on that part of evidence. He's just a police officer, this one, as the court pleases, my lord.
All right, yes, Mr.
As a court, please, we really don't, the neighbors that the brigadier is referring to have already testified, Ms. Ntabise Mokete as well as Ms. Kaya Ngashe. The evidence is already on record. As far as the analysis is concerned, the witness is merely saying that those are, the expert has already testified. The DNA analyst has already testified. The witness is merely giving a summation of the reason why he was persuaded that there were no, that there were intruders. That's the simple fact
Okay.
of the matter. But as we mentioned, my lord, we were busy commencing with the evidence pertaining to accused number 2.
Sizodlula ke manje lapho sizoqala ke ngobufakazi ke mayelana naye ke umsolwa wesibili.
Right. Now, Brigadier Gininda, you've already confirmed your testimony in the trial within a trial, in which you also testified about the circumstances under which accused number 2 was arrested.
That is correct, my lord. But if the court can give me indulgence, my lord, I just want to say, and I'll request the court, perhaps, my lord, to assist in that what was said by Advocate Mnisi, because that's exactly how I'm viewing it. It is insulting. For him, the word nonsensical or nonsense may mean something else if interpreted, but I think the context of how it's said may give a different meaning. I feel it's insulting and disrespectful. I don't think I've done anything contrary to being respectful to Advocate Mnisi ever since we started to deserve that. And I just want to request that we maintain the decorum of the court. We may differ with what I say. He will have the opportunity when he cross-examine me as to why I said that, why did I base those expertise, and challenge me on it, my lord. And the court will then make a ruling. I was simply making my observation, not testifying as an expert, to say these were the pointers that convinced me that they were intruders. Not that I was saying, my lord, the expert, whoever did the work, were wrong or right. I was simply saying, after the matter was given to me, I had to analyze and make a decision as to whether indeed there were no intruders or were there intruders. And if there were no intruders, my lord, I would have given the same evidence to say, this is what I have, this is what the DNA is saying, and based on that, I was then convinced that there were no intruders. But in this instance, I'm simply pointing things that convinced me that there were intruders. Not that I'm reinterpreting or testifying on behalf of the expert. It's simply that, my lord. But the mere point of my statement, my lord, is just to to request that we treat each other with respect. That's all, my lord. The difference is, I know we will bump head with my colleagues because you know, we're on the opposite sides. But at the end of the day, it's nothing personal. It's in the interest of justice and to help this cause to come to a just conclusion, but not to treat each other with disrespect. That's all I need to ask, my lord.
Engizocela ke ukuthi ke mhlambe ingaba iyona ke inkantolo engangilekelela ke noma ke ukuthi ke kwenzeke ke lokho ukuthi ke ngiceleke ukuthi ke kube khona ke inhlonipho ngoba ngendlela ke akhulume ngayo ke umnumzana ke umnisike ngegama ke lelo alibizile nonsensically ke mhlambe yena ke angalihumusha ke ngendlela ethize kodwa mina ke ngikuhumusha ngendlela ethize kodwa kumina ke kubonakalisa nje ukuthi ke ungabi khona kwayo ke inhlonipho akukho ke sengikwenzile kuzofinyelela khona manje okungathi ke kuholele kuthini ke mina ngimhloniphile noma angenza ke lokho mina ebengikwenza bengingaphikisani nobufakazi bakhe ke ungoti mayelana ke nolibofuzo noma ke iDNA bengichaza noma ngiveza nje ke izinto ke ezibe khona ezibe inkomba kumina ukusho ukuthi yebo babe khona abantu abangena kuleya muzi noma kule yandlu noma ke bekuwukuthi babengekho ke bengizonikeza ke ubufakazi obufanayo ngithi yebo ke ngenxa yalokhu ke ngithola ke ukuthi cha abekho ke abantu ababengenile kuloya muzi ukucela nje ukuthi ke nje kube khona ke nje indlela yokuhloniphana la enkantolo.
Okay, enough said. Can we adjourn for tea? I'm told it's 20 past.
Oh, okay, it's a good place.
Okay.
the date on which this exhibit JJ was made?
Yes, my lord, it was the 24th of June 2020 with the starting time of 14:30.
Kwakungeyi-24 zikaJune 2020 isikhathi soqala kwakuwu-14:30.
Yes. Now, regarding the making of these two statements, a version was proffered by Mr. Mgomezulu on behalf of accused number 2, as per the proceedings of the 25th of October 2023, page 71, starting from line 11. Do you have a copy of the record?
Yes, I do, my lord, but I just want to put the end times in these two exhibits because I only refer to the starting time and not the end time according to this document. So with regard to exhibit HH, where the starting time is 06:50, the ending time is 11:47.
Mayelana nenkathi-ke lana ngisho nje isikhathi-ke ekwaqalwa ngaso asiqale-ke ngolesi-ke sokuqala-ke ukuthi-ke kwaqalwa-ke ngo-6:50 noma-ke imizuzu-ke eyishumi ngaphambi kokuthi kushayeke u-7, bese-ke isikhathi soqedwa-ke kwaso-ke 11:47.
Yes. And then with regard to exhibit JJ, my lord, the starting time, which is 14:30, the end time is 17:20
Lana-ke
of the same day.
ku-JJ-ke baqala-ke ngo-14:30 base begcina-ke ngo-17:20.
Yes, my lord, we can then proceed.
Thank you. If you can just place on record the version that was proffered on behalf of accused number 2 regarding the statement to Lieutenant Colonel M.S. Rapadu, Exhibit HH, as per the record of the 25th of October 2023, page 71, line 11.
Yes, my lord, it reads as follows, Mr. Mgomezulu. Rapado, that is correct, my lord, and further that the confession was not written by himself. Court by whom? Mr. Mgomezulu, it was written, there's intervention, my lord. Then the court asked, it was written by Rapado. Mr. Mgomezulu, it was brought. Court, yes. And then Mr. Mgomezulu, the statement was already written, so he was ordered to sign the statement, so it is my instruction that it was not made freely and voluntarily.
Lana-ke kufunda-ke okwashiwo uyena-ke uMr. Mgomezulu mayelana-ke nestatement lesi-ke athi senziwa-ke uyena-ke umsolo wesibili kuyena uKenel Rapadu. Lana-ke uthi-ke uMr. Mgomezulu Rapadu yebo ukuthi-ke istatement lesi sasingabhaliwe uyena, inkantolo yasibuza-ke ubani, uMr. Mgomezulu waphendula-ke sabhalwa kodwa-ke akaqeda, sabhalwa uRapadu kusho-ke inkantolo. Mr. Mgomezulu salethwa, Mr. Mgomezulu aqhubeke futhi istatement sase sibhaliwe, yena-ke base bemtshela nje ukuthi kasayindeke. Manje-ke ngiyatshelwa-ke ukuthi uma ekwenza-ke lokho akazange akwenze ngokuthanda noma ngokuphuma kuye futhi ekhululekile.
We further wish to refer you to the proceedings of the 26th of October 2023, page 20, from line 18, if you can.
Yes. You have it? No.
If you can just put
Yes, my lord. So it reads as follows, Mr.
the relevant portions on record.
Yes, we'll do so, my lord. It reads as follows, Mr. Mgomezulu. He will deny the fact that he ever made this statement. Neither was the statement read back to him. He never made such a statement. The statement came with Brigadier Kinenda and he was ordered to sign that statement.
Okay.
Usho noma washo ngalendlela ke yena ke baba Mngomezulu uzokuphika ke ukuthi yena ke wenza istatimende nokuthi futhi istatimende leso wasifundelwa uma ngabe sesiqediwe ke akakaze asenze istatimende esinjalo futhi istatimende leso seza naye uBrigadier Gininda wabe setshelwa ukuthi akasayinde.
Just to contextualize the record, that was with reference to accused number 2.
Yes, my lord.
Lokho ke kwakushiwo ke mayelana naye ke umsolwa wesibili.
So, in essence, Brigadier Gininda, this version is to the effect that you came with this statement, Exhibit JJ. It was already written.
No, but that's not true, my lord. I
Yes.
think I dealt with it in during the trial within trial. I was not
Thank
there
you.
when I mean the evidence speaks for itself. When the confession was taken, I was not with him. I only met accused 2 that night in the evening at Bukeng. That was the first time I met him. So during the taking of the confession, his movement from point A to point B in court, I did not interact with him. So that is not true.
Akusilona ke iqiniso ukuthi mina ke ngaletha ke istatement lesi sesibhaliwe ke ngalelo langa lelo ke ngicabanga ukuthi nobufakazi ke beyikhulumela ngangingekho ke mina lapho angizange ngihlanganeke naye uma esuka endaweni ethize eya kwindawo ethize mina uma ngihlangana naye ngalelo langa okokuqala ngahlangana naye ke kusesebusuku ke ngalelo langa ePhukeng.
And just furthermore, on this aspect, on the 26th of October 2023, page 17, line 22 to 25, Mr. Mngomezulu made a certain proposition. Can you just put that on record?
So it reads as follows, Mr. Mngomezulu. Brigadier Gininda with Ms. Mokola arrived with a white BMW and there was also an escort at that time.
Lokhu ke kwange number ubufakazi lo bange 26 October 2023 page 17 uline 22 ubaba Mngomezulu uthi ke uBrigadier Gininda kanye no Miss Mokola bafika ke behamba ngeBMW emhlophe futhi ke babephelekezelwa noma phelekelezi ke lokuthiwa iescort ngaleso sikhathi leso.
Yes. The rest of the proposition was that you sat in the boot of this BMW and you produced this statement that was already written.
No, but that's not true, my lord. As I said earlier, one, the BMW in question was not being used by Sergeant Mokola. That's the first part. The second part, my lord, my recollection on the 19th of June, Sergeant Mokola took accused number 1 to court. I think I also dealt with the court appearances in Tambisa insofar as the drug dealing case is concerned. So while the confession of accused number 2 was taking place with Lieutenant Colonel Rapado, Sergeant Mokola booked out accused number 1. I mean, we dealt with the OB entries, you know, her booking him out to court and back to court. So that proposition is not true. I was not there, my lord.
Bayaqhubeka ke inkulumo ithi futhi ke kuleyo BMW emhlophe ke wena ke wawuhlezi ebooth yayo ke inkathi ke ukhipha lesi statement akusilona ke iqiniso lelo okokuqala angisho nje ukuthi le BMW ekhulunywa ngayo ke yayingasetshenziswa uyena uSergeant Mokola ngaleso sikhathi futhi ke ngazo i19 lezo ke bese ngishilo ngaphambilini futhi ukuthi ngale nkathi ke kuthathwa ke istatement lesi uKenel Raphato sakhe umsolo wesibili uSergeant Mokola yena ke wahamba wayokhipha umsolo wokuqala eStockton noma la ayegcinwe khona ke emhambisa ethembisa la akufanele ayobingelela khona imantshi mayelana ke necala leyidakamizwa ukusho ukuthi ke lokho ke akusilona ke iqiniso.
In this regard, we wish to refer you to the proceedings of the 26th of October 2023 from line 3 up to line 13. Can you just put the
Yes, my lord, but
contents
furthermore to this proposition of a statement, I
Yes.
do recall
Yes.
that the place, and that is now when I was dealing with the trial within trial, that the place that was alleged have actually arrived is not shown by the EVL of the vehicle, because on that specific day, accused 2 was being transported by Sergeant Mohane using the Toyota Fortuner. We dealt with the AVL records and the spot where they said accused who was. That Toyota Fortuner was never there, my lord.
Okunye futhi ke engakushongo ke ukuthi ke indawo ke le ekhulunywa ngayo ekuthiwa ke ila engayakho noma ke ekwakukhona ke noma imoto yayakhona ke uma kubhekwa ke yona ke uwona umbiko weAVL awusho ke umbiko ukuthi leyo moto leyo ke yaya ke kuleyo ndawo futhi ke ngalelo langa lelo ke umsolo wesibili umuntu owayehamba naye ke wayemshayelela imoto kwakuyena uSergeant Mukhane futhi ke emhambisa ngayo iToyota Fortuner.
Right, my lord. This highlighted portion reads as follows, Mr. Mngomezulu. Then Brigadier Keninda opened the boot of the BMW, the white BMW, and sat on the edge with the boot of the open boot. Next part, Mr. Mngomezulu. Everyone was outside their motor vehicles, and then Brigadier Keninda took out documents and gave them to you. Furthermore, Mr. Mngomezulu, the instruction from Brigadier Keninda was to the accused was that if you do not sign this document, the assault will carry on.
Iyaqhubeka ke kufundeka ngalendlela ke khuluma yena ke uMr Mngomezulu wabese ke uBrigadier Keninda esevula ke iboot yayo ke iBMW leyo iBMW emhlophe wahlala ke kuyona ke iboot leyo eyayivuliwe wonke umuntu wayengaphandle kuyimoto zabo wase uBrigadier Keninda ekhupha ke amaphepha ke lawo wawanikeza kuwena futhi ke awakusho uBrigadier Keninda ukuthi ke umsolo uma kuukuthi ke akasayindi lawo maphepha lawo bazoqhubeka ke bemshaya.
Thank you. Now, was Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu part of the investigating team?
No, my lord, he was not, and he was also not known to me. As I indicated when I spoke to him on the phone, because I had to try a number of police officers that day. I know I struggled, but eventually when I was able to find him, it was the first time we spoke as police officers. And when I went to collect the statement, I think a day or two after, it was also the first time I actually came face to face with him. I've never known him. I've not done any matters with him prior. No, we ever met, even in meetings, my lord. And up to date, as I'm sitting here, the only encounter I had with him was in relation to this matter, and that's all.
Ngabe uKenel Raphat wayingxenye yini yethimba eliphenyayo cha ngangakaze ke ngihlanganeke naye ke nangalelo langa lelo futhi ke ngangiqala ukuthi ngikhulume naye ke ngoba ke ngazama amaphoyisa amaningi ke ngaphambi kokuthi ngibese ngikhuluma naye ke futhi ke noma sengiyolanda ke istatement leso emuva ke olanga elilodwa noma ke amabili ngingangiqala ukuthi ke ngihlangana ke naye ke noma sihlangana ubuso ngobuso futhi ke lelo ke ilanga ke asikaze sihlangane noma kwimihlangano futhi ke uma kwakugcina ke uma ngabe sihlanganiswa yilona lelicala leli akusenaka umuntu engangimazi.
So in essence, my lord, he was not privy to the investigation, no we ever discussed anything up to the time I met him to collect the confession.
Okusho ukuthi ke noma ke engikushoyo ke ngalokho ukuthi ke akukho ayekwazi ke mayelana necala leli noma ke futhi uphenyo lalecala leli kwazi kwayisikhathi la khona sengiyohlangana naye ke ngiyolanda sona istatement.
And just finally on this aspect, we wish to refer you to the proceedings of the 26th of October 2023, page 30, line 3 to 4. Just put in record what Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu testified.
Yes, Mr. Rapadu, yes, I made it on the very same day, on the 19th. I handed over to Brigadier 2 days after.
Lana ke uKenel Rapadu uthi yebo ke ngasenza ke ngalelo langa lelo futhi nge-19 ngase ngisidlulisela kuyena ke uBrigadier Keninda noma ke uBrigadier amalanga amabili emva kwalokho.
What is your comment?
It is in line with what I've said, my lord, to say after the confession was made by him, we made arrangements because he said he will keep it, I recalled it, and that I should come and collect it from him directly, which is what I did. in his Ennerdale offices, because that's where he was stationed at the time, my lord.
Lokhu ke kuyahambisana ke naloko engiqeda ukusho ke manje ukuthi ke eseqedile ke ukuthi istatement lesi asenze ke washo ke ukuthi uzogcina ke noma uzosibamba kuyena mina ke kuzofanele ngize ke ngizosilanda ila engaya khona ke kumahhovisi akhe ase Ennerdale ila ayesebenzela khona.
Now, with this background that you've just sketched out in mind, when did you meet accused number 2 for the first time?
It was the 18th, my lord, in the afternoon at Carltonville.
Kwakunge 18 ke kwakusemini eCarltonville uma senqala ke ukuhlangana naye umsolwa wesibili.
Yeah, the 18th of which
I
month?
beg your pardon, my lord. So it was the 18th of June 2020.
Kwakunge 18 ka June 2020.
And the reason thereof, my lord, was to follow his alibi. Sergeant Mokhane was with him on other issues that he was following up, but insofar as this matter is concerned, it was the alibi as to where he was when this offense was committed.
Uma ngihlangana naye ke kwangazo i-18 ka June 2020 uma ngihlangana naye ke kwakuqinisekisa noma ke ukuhamba ke kuyobheka ke lokho awayekusho ukuthi wayekuphi nendawo nkathi isigameko lesi senzeka ke ngoba ke uSergeant Mokhane yena ke wayehamba naye ke kodwa ke behambela okunye.
Now, Brigadier Gininda is already on record, and it was put on record by Mr. Ramusipili that accused number 2 was arrested on the 16th of June 2020, that we see in the proceedings of 11 October 2023.
Yes, it's not in dispute, my lord. I was informed by Sergeant Mokhane. I was not there when he was arrested, but I'm aware that him and Sergeant Mabena, they arrested him on the 16th of June 2020.
Yebo ke ngangingekho ke mina nkathi ke eboshwa umsolo wesibili ke kodwa ke ngatshelwa ke ukuthi ke ngazo i-16 zika June 2020 la ngakelela aboshwa ngalo uMokhane kanye noMabena.
Yes, you can tell the court in your own words what happened on the 18th of June 2020 at Carltonville.
My lord, after I was introduced to him, I'll try to summarize without
Yes.
having to repeat what I've said previously, my lord. But in essence, I was introduced to accused 2, where I also introduced myself to him. I warned him according to his constitutional rights in terms of Section 35, or rather the Constitution of 1996 of this country, Section 35 in particular. And thereafter, my lord, I've put it to him that I have a reason to believe or to suspect that he was involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. Now, what was prudent?
Just a minute,
Oh,
you
all
just
right.
give the interpreter time.
Sengethuliwe ke kuyena ke nami ke ngazethula ke kuyena ke umsolo wakhe wesibili ila khona ke engaye ngamazisa ke ngamalungelo akhe ke ngokomthetho sisekelo kwala eNingizimu Afrika futhi ngase ngimtshela ke ukuthi ke nginesizathu ke enginaso ke ukuthi noma ke insolo ikhona ukuthi ke wayekhona ke noma eyingxenye uma uSenzo Meyiwa ebulawa.
My lord, what was clear, he understood is the rights that I've given him, and he was willing to talk to me. But what was prudent in his response was that he was able to give me the date to specifically say he was on duty on the 26th of October 2014 when this matter happened. So he put it to me, which was something that I took note of, my lord.
Futhi ke okunye ke uma ke ngimtshela ke lokho ke wakuzwa ke lokho engangimtshela kona ke kodwa ke futhi okwaqhamileke kwakuwukuthi ke uma ke ngimtshela noma ke ama dates lana ke yena ke wakusho ke kwacaca ukuthi yena ngalelo langa la nge-26 zika October 2014 wayesemsebenzini.
He further mentioned the company which was not far from where we are, my lord, the Sibaya mine, as to the company that he was employed at during that time when this incident took place.
Washo ke nenkampani ke awayesebenza kuyona ke eyayingakude ke la esasikhona ke isibanye mine ukuthi ila ayesebenza khona ngaleso sikhathi leso.
Just a minute. Now, if you say he gave you the date of the 26th of October 2020, what do you mean?
The 26th of October 2014.
Sorry, 2014,
Yes.
sorry. What do you mean?
No, I'm saying so I'm saying, my lord, he knew the date. That the essence that I'm trying to draw the court's attention is that I didn't say to accused number 2, this is the date of the offense. I simply mentioned the name, that I have a reason to believe that he was involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. He, in return, my lord, gave me the date to say, on this date of the 26th of October 2014, I was at work. And then we followed that alibi. Obviously, information moved from there to say, where were you at work? He mentioned Sibaya Mine. And then subsequently, then, my lord,
Yes, but
that
Rick,
was
just
followed.
remember, just give the
My
interpreter the
apologies, my
opportunity,
lord.
please.
Sometimes I
Engisho-
get carried away, sorry.
Engikushoyo ngalokho ukuthi mina ngathi ke naku mangikhuluma naye umsola wesibili nesizathu sokukholelwa ukuthi ke wawuyingxenye noma wawuyambandakanyeka ke ekubulaweni kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa. Angizange ngisho noma ngisho lutho mayelana ke nelanga noma ke idate. Kwaba uyena ke kwaphuma kuyena ukuthi athi nge-26 ka-October 2014 mina ngangisemsebenzini. Ngase ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi manje kuphi ke wase eshoke ukuthi esibanye mine.
My lord, the essence, the outcome of that, like I said, I've dealt with it in the trial within trial, is that we met Mr. Mulder, who then disputed the claim that he was at work on that specific day. He was not on duty.
Okwenzeka ke ukuthi sase sihlangana ke no Mr Mulder emsebenzini ke la ayethu sebenza khona ke umsolo wesibili owayiphika ke noma ke owakuphikisa ke yena ukuthi ngalelo langa nge-26 October 2014 umsolo wesibili wayekhona emsebenzini.
Mr. Mulder, my lord, also submitted a statement to this effect. I do recall that his statement was finalized on the 22nd of June 2020, because that was the date where accused 2 was appearing in Tabang for a matter, not this matter, for unrelated matter, my lord.
Futhi ke kune statement asenza ke yena ke uMr Mulder mayelana ke naloko futhi ke ngiyakhumbula ukuthi istatement sakhe saqedwa ke nge-22 zika June 2020 ngoba ke ngalelo langa lelo umsolo wakhe wesibili wayibingelela imantshi eXhabane kodwa ke kungasilona leli icala.
Furthermore,
Just before you proceed, you say Mr. Mulder mentioned that accused number 2 was on duty. How did he establish that?
so, my lord, we went in with accused 2 because he was there. So he took us inside. I walked in with him. Mr. Mulder was identified as the person in charge, for that section. And then thereafter, the details of accused number 2 were given to him, whereby it was confirmed that indeed, during that period of October 2014, he was employed by Sibaya Mine. But then Mr. Mulder was able to look at the dates in which he was on duty and not on duty. So the conclusion that he was not on duty on the 26th of October came as a result. I'll take it further.
No, finish.
Must I
Came as a
finish?
result.
All right. So how it came about, when he was looking at their cloaking records, my lord, he was able to establish that on the 25th of October 2014, accused 2 reported on duty in the morning, went off, if I recall correctly, 2 hours just after he reported on duty, and he never returned until the 2nd or the 3rd of November 2014. So in essence, on the 26th, in which when this incident took place, he gave us a false alibi when he said he was on duty because he was not there, my lord.
Okwenzeka ke lana ukuthi ke sase singena ngaphakathi ke ngoba futhi ukwazi umshushisi ukuthi wathola kanjani uMr Mulder ukuthi ke umsolo wesibili wayengekho emsebenzini ngalelo langa sangena ke naye ke umsolo wesibili ngoba ke sasihamba naye imininingwane yakhe yasinikezwa ke na ke uMr Mulder owakwazi ke ukuthi ke wasinikeza isiqiniseko sokuthi yebo ngo-October ka-2014 umsolo wesibili wayesebenza khona lapho wase ebheka ke manje lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke ama-records ke okuloga uma ungena noma uphuma emsebenzini washo ke ukuthi wagcina ukuba semsebenzini ngeyi-25 uklokile ngeyi-25 amahora amabili emuva kokuthi engenile emsebenzini wabe eseyahamba ke akabuyanga ke kwaze kwaba yi-2 noma i-3 zikaNovember kuwona lowo nyaka loyo okusho ukuthi ke lokho asitshele kona thina ke athi wayesemsebenzini ngazo i-26 wayengasitshela iqiniso.
Just a minute. Just wish to refer you to the record of the 10th of October 2023, page 49, that encapsulates the evidence of Mr. Mulder.
Yes, my lord, I do have
And
it.
if you can read from line 8.
Yes, it reads as follows, Mr. My lord. Mr. Mulder, your lordship, then on the 25th of October 2014, that reflects that Mr. Ntanzi entered a work area access point at 5 minutes to 4 minutes at 5 minutes to 4 in the morning, and then the second access point 1 minute later at 4 minutes to 4 in the morning, and then proceed through the work clocking access at 3 minutes to 4 in that same morning. You can proceed.
Yes, then you can proceed to page 50, still on the 10th of October 2023.
Then Mr. Mulder says, then your lordship, the next clocking will be in the table again on the right side of page 2 under 25 October 2014, which indicates the outclocking. So according to this record, it indicates that Mr. Ntanzi clocked out from his workplace 1 minute past 6.
Okay.
Ubufakazi-ke bakhe-ke uMr Mulder bufundeka-ke ngale ndlela ukuthi-ke ngeyi-25 zika-October 2014 kuyatshengisa-ke ukuthi umnumzana uNtanzi wangena-ke kwindawo yokusebenza bebizwa ngokuthi-ke yi-access point ngemizuzu-ke emihlanu phambi kuka-4 ekuseni, wase futhi-ke indawo yesibili-ke yokusebenza noma-ke ababizwa ngokuthi-ke yi-access point umzuzu owodwa ngaphambi kuka-4 ekuseni njalo, wase eyaqhubeka-ke eya kwindawo-ke yokukloka kwimizuzu-ke emithathu ngaphambi kuka-4 ngalelo langa lelo. Noma
Yes.
iyaqhubeka-ke ukuthi-ke uma esekloka-ke futhi kuyabonakala-ke lokho-ke etafuleni-ke kuhlangothi noma kwisandla sangakwesokudla ku-page 2 ngaphansi kwangeyi-25 zika-October 2014 la eshoyo-ke ukuthi uma ngaba esephuma-ke manje noma esekloka out. Ngokwalelo rekhodi-ke liyachaza-ke noma liyasho ukuthi umnumzana uNtanzi waphuma-ke noma wakloka out-ke kwindawo leyo yokusebenza umzuzu owodwa ngaphambi kokuthi kushaye u-6.
Then page 51, line 16 to
Line-
18.
Line 16 of page 51 reads as follows, my lord, Mr. Mulder. That indicated that Mr. Ntanzi then had a work exit clocking or out clocking 1 minute past 6. Then further down, my lord, Mr. Mulder said the date on the record that I'm referring to is the 25th of October 2014, my lord. Then the prosecutor asks, so how long did he work on the 25th of October 2014 at the times that that you have mentioned, Mr. Mulder? So, your lordship, if we look at the work
Yes, you can
at
proceed
the
to
work
page
in
52.
clocking, that was 3 minutes to 4, and then outclocking, which was 1 minute past 6, and it just roughly gives you around 2 hours that Mr. Ntanzi was at work. Then furthermore, Mr. Mulder says, my lord, your lordship, then Mr., according to this record again, Mr. Ntanzi then had 2 excess clocking again. The first of those clocking after this work clocking was 2 minutes past 6, which is 1 minute after his work clock out, and then 3 minutes past 6, he exited his workplace. Further down, my lord, then it says, your lordship, the last clocking then on the outclocking for the 25th of October 2014 indicates an excess clocking at the hostel, which was 3 minutes to 7 minutes in the morning. And according to my observation, there is no further clocking. Your lordship, for the 26, 27, the 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 of October, or the 1st of November. The first clocking again registered on our locking system indicates the 2nd of November and 1 minute past 9 p.m. And it was again an excess clocking at the hostel.
Thank you. That's enough.
51, yeah, 51. 51 bese ushona ngayo. Yeah, 51. Masiqhubeka-ke ngabufakazi bakhe uMr Mulder. Lokho-ke kuyaveza-ke noma kuyachaza-ke ukuthi umnumzana uNtanzi wase ephuma-ke kwindawo yakhe yokusebenza umzuzu owodwa nje ngaphambi kokuthi-ke kushaye u-6. Wasebuza-ke umshushisi, ingabe lokho kusho ukuthi-ke wasebenza isikhathi esingakanani-ke ngeyi-25 zika-October 2014 kuyinkathi lezi oyishilo noma ukhulumile ngazo. Esephendula-ke uMr Mulder, uma sibheka-ke kumsebenzi kanye futhi-ke nendlela-ke yongena uphume le bizwa ngokuthi phecelezi-ke indlela i-clocking system kwakuyimizuzu emithathu-ke ngaphambi kokuthi kushaye u-4 nofuthi noma ephuma-ke kwakumzuzu owodwa ngaphambi kokuthi-ke kushaye u-6. Lokho kusho ukuthi-ke wasebenza amahora amabili noma amahora amabili ayisemsebenzini ngawo uMr Ntanzi. Iyaqhubeka-ke ithi uma-ke sibheka-ke amarekhodi futhi umnumzana uNtanzi-ke waba nama-access amabili-ke okukloka futhi elokuqala-ke kusemuva kokuthi-ke esebenzile-ke kwakuyimizuzu emibili emuva ko-6 nokuthi-ke nokuthi futhi umzuzu owodwa emuva kokuthi-ke esephumileke kwindawo yakhe yokusebenza imizuzu emithathu eseshayileke u-6 wase ephuma-ke kuyona indawo yokusebenza. Uma egcina-ke ukukloka noma-ke ephuma-ke emsebenzini ngazo i-25 ka-October 2014 kuyasho-ke ukuthi-ke i-access-ke ye-clocking ehostel yona-ke yayimizuzu emithathu ngaphambi kokuthi-ke kushaye u-7 ekuseni. Futhi-ke ngendlela-ke engibheka noma engibuka ngayo akukho la aphinde akloka khona noma angena khona-ke emsebenzini. Amalanga-ke nanga abhaliwe-ke lana i-28, i-27 aphinde athi-ke ngiyaxolisa-ke i-26, i-27, i-28, i-29 neyi-30 neyi-31 zika-October noma i-1 zika-November. Uma ngabe esephinda ekloka noma-ke eregister futhi-ke emsebenzini kuyona-ke i-locking system yethu iveza i-2 zika-November kwakuwumzuzu nje owodwa ngaphambi kokuthi-ke kushaye u-9 ebusuku. Futhi-ke ekloka futhi-ke khona ehostel. Wabe sebuza-ke umshushisi, manje-ke lawo ma-dates lawo osuwashilo-ke i-26 ka-October 2014 kuyoshaya-ke ngeyi-1 zika-November 2014. Akukho la akloka khona noma-ke akukho okutshengisayo ukuthi wangena-ke emsebenzini. Sorry. Page 52. Lokho kwakuyimizuzu-ke emithathu ngaphambi kokuthi-ke phela lapho 52. Sorry. Sure. Yes.
Thank you. You mentioned clocking records. We just want to show you Exhibit DD that were handed up through Mr. Mulder. You recognize those clocking records?
Yes, my lord. It is what Mr. Mulder gave us, my lord. It was part of his statement, which was indicating the clocking pattern as per his statement, my lord.
Lana-ke ikona-ke lokho asitshela kona-ke noma asinike kona-ke uMr Mulder ngokuthi-ke indlela-ke yokukloka.
And in essence, my lord, it confirms what he says, that after accused 2 left in the morning of the 25th of October 2014, he only returned in November, my lord.
Futhi-ke kuqinisekisa lokhu
Of
akushilo-ke
2014, my apologies.
akushilo-ke uMr Mulder ukuthi emuva kokuthi wahamba-ke emsebenzini umsolo wesibili ngazo i-25 zika-October 2014 wabe sebuya ngazo i-2 November 2014.
Thank you. Mr. Mulder, later on, deposed an affidavit which has been handed up as Exhibit DD, Annexure 2. Just going to refer you to page 2 thereof, paragraph 5. If you can read just the contents of Roman figure 2 up to Roman figure 6.
Yes, Roman figure 2, the pay period reflects from the 18th of October 2014 to the 18th November 2014. Oh, my apologies, my lord. Let me just go to this, the second one. That was the wrong line. On the 25th of October 2014, the calendar reflects that Mr. Ntanzi worked a normal N shift. His shift duration indicates that he was at work for 2 hours and 4 minutes, which corresponds to the clocking report presented to the court and on the 10th of October 2023, that part, and presented to the court as evidence on the 10th October 2023. Then on 26 October 2014, reflects as a non-working day, NW in brackets. So it's open bracket, my lord, NW close brackets, with a 0 hour and 0 minutes work clocking. Mr. Ntanzi was not expected or led to work, or was not expected. I don't see that other word, my lord, but said led to work, something to that effect.
Lana ke istatement ke sakhe ke Mr. Mulder esifundeka ngalendlela nge-25 ka-October 2014 ikhalenda itshengisa ke ukuthi umnumzana uNtanzi wasebenza ke amahora ke enjwayelo noma ke bhalwe normal end shift. Isikhathi sakhe ke sokusebenza siyasho ukuthi wasebenza amahora amabili kanye nemizuzu emine ehambisanayo ke noma ekhulumisana ke nako ke imibiko noma ke ama-clocking reports alethwa ke enkantolo nanjengobufakazi ngazo i-10 ka-October 2023. I-26 ka-October 2014 ikhombisa noma itshengisa ke ukuthi kwakungasilona ke usuku okwakumele ke asebenzeke ngalo, kukhombisa ukuthi amahora awekho kanye nemizuzu futhi ke ayikho etshengisa ukuthi ke wakloka ke nanjengoba umnumzana uNtanzi kwakungalindelekile ukuthi ke abe semsebenzini ngalelo langa lelo. Nge-27 ka-October 2024 kuyofika ke nge-31 ka-October 2014 iyasho ukuthi ke kwakuyi-leave ke noma ke engakhokhelwa noma lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke unpaid leave, bese kuthi i-2 ne-3 ka-November 2014 futhi ukuthi amalanga lawo ayengasebenzi ngawo.
Thank you. Thank you. Can then proceed. What happened further?
Yes, my lord. So after that, what is important, my lord, to mention also is that this assertion were made in the presence of accused number 2.
Okusemqoka ke nokubalekile ukuthi konke lokho okwakushiwo ke kwashiwo ekhona umsolwa wesibili.
My lord, I do recall that we then exited that building. I do recall that I also confronted him with the identity kit, where I was of the view that the suspect reflected there with a hoodie. My view, I said it looks similar to him. I dealt with this, my lord. I'm trying to summarize.
Yes. Just give the interpreter a chance.
Okunye futhi ke sase siphuma ke kulelo bhilidi lelo ke okunye futhi engakhuluma naye ke ngikhuluma ngako kwakumalunga ke nesithombe lesi sasidwetshiwe ke i-identity kit salona owayefake ihoodie bese ngikhulumile ke ngalokho kodwa ngizama nje ukuthi ke ngikufinyezeke ukuthi ke ngasho ke kuyeni ukuthi lo yamsola loyana ke ufana naye.
I do recall, my lord.
We just want to show you. Sorry, break. We just want to show you Exhibit BB. Exhibit BB is on the screen.
Yes.
You can use that exhibit
Yes, my
in
lord.
relation to your evidence.
Yes, indeed. So I showed him this identikit, my lord, and I draw.
Which
this-
one?
I don't know. But the suspect with a hoodie, my lord. The one on the left, on my left, with a hoodie, wearing the hoodie.
So what did you do? You said you showed him.
I showed him and I said, I'm of the view that this is him. That was my view, that I think this person resembles him.
Engakwenza-ke kuye ngikhuluma naye-ke umsolo wesibili ngase ngimtshengisa-ke umsolo lona-ke lona ofake isigqoko-ke loka noma lokho kubizwa ngokuthi-ke ihudi-ke ngathi kuyena-ke lona-ke umsolo-ke uwena ngathi lona uwena lo.
Yeah, he
Yilokho
resembles
engakusho-ke.
him, he looks like him.
Ngoba ufana nawe lo.
Yes. There was a denial, my lord. He said it's not true. It's a question of mistaken identity, that I remember.
Washo-ke noma-ke akuphika-ke wathi cha lapho-ke kwenziwa nje iphutha-ke lokho ngiyakhumbula kona.
I do recall, my lord, that I warned him according to his rights again and cautioned him to consider telling the truth. And then I walked away because he was at the car now, at the vehicle that was used by Sergeant Mohane.
Ila engase ngisho khona-ke noma-ke ngase ngimtshela-ke futhi-ke ngamalungelo akhe-ke futhi-ke ngasho-ke na-ke ukuthi kufanele acabangisise-ke ukuthi-ke akhulume-ke iqiniso ngabe sengihamba-ke ngoba wayesesemotweni-ke manje imoto le ayihamba ngayo no-Sergeant Mohane.
When I was walking away, my lord, I just don't remember which of the two members called me to say he wants to speak to me. This is now accused two.
Uma sengihamba-ke angisakhumbuli-ke ukuthi imuphi-ke kulamalunga-ke esiphoyisa-ke noma amaphoyisa-ke alangibiza esho-ke ukuthi-ke umsolo wesibili-ke ufisa ukuthi akhulume nami.
My lord, when I returned, what he then said amounted to what led to the arrangement of the confession that was taken by Lieutenant Colonel Rapado.
Uma sengibuyela kuyena-ke abakusho kumina-ke ikona-ke ekwaholela ekuthini-ke kube sekunalesi statement-ke manje esikhona-ke lesi esabhalwa noma esathathwa uyena uColonel Rapado.
And he was cautioned, my lord, in terms of his constitutional rights. I've dealt with this thing. I just don't want to burden the record by repeating the same thing, my lord. But I did caution him in terms of his constitutional rights when he made a confession, because in essence, he admitted that he was involved. He implicated accused number 1, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, just a minute.
Okay.
Mase kulokho-ke manje ngase-ke manje ngimtshela-ke futhi ngimxwayisa-ke ngamalungelo akhe-ke ngoba kulokho-ke awayesekukhuluma-ke manje-ke la wayesevuma khona-ke futhi-ke esho-ke futhi nokubandakanyeka kwakhe-ke noma ekhuluma efaka yena-ke umangalelo wokuqala, umsolo wokuqala, owesithathu, owesine kanye futhi nowesihlanu.
Further mentioning my recollection, my lord, Mrs. Kelly Kumalo as the trigger point or the person who hired them to kill the deceased.
Ekusho-ke nokuthi-ke umuntu-ke okwawuyena-ke oweza-ke kubona-ke ukukhulumisana nabo-ke ukuthi-ke babulale umufi kwaba uyena uMiss Kelly Khumalo.
I further recall the vehicle, the mention of a VW Polo being mentioned, my lord, by accused number 2 as the vehicle that was used during the commission of this offense.
Ngiyakhumbula-ke esho nokusho-ke yena-ke umsolo wesibili-ke ekhuluma ngemoto-ke VW iPolo.
Yes.
Esho ukuthi iyona-ke imoto eyayisetshenziswa-ke uma ngabe kwenziwa kona lokhu.
I further recall, my lord, that he mentioned that accused 3 was the one with the dreadlocks, and that is the person who fired the shot that killed the deceased.
Ngiyakhumbula esho futhi-ke nokuthi-ke umsolo wesithathu uyena-ke owayenama dreadlocks futhi-ke uyena-ke owadubula-ke umufi ukuthi aze ashone.
He further placed the role, my lord, of each accused. To say in other words, accused number 1 was standing outside, which indeed, my lord, was for the first time, I actually got a collaboration to confirm what accused 1 said in the 2 previous confessions, my lord.
Wabe esesho-ke manje esesho-ke ukuthi-ke umsolo ngamunye-ke ukuthi-ke yini-ke awayenza-ke ngalelanga esho-ke nokuthi-ke umsolo wokuqala yena-ke wayeme ngaphandle-ke yila engangisengiqala khona-ke manje ukuthi ngithole-ke into-ke manje-ke ehambisana-ke nalokho ngoba-ke kuyitatimende ezimbili-ke zangaphambili zakhe-ke umsolo accused number 1 you said.
Yes.
Zakhe umsolo wokuqala yila mase sengithola inkulumo ehlanganayo noma basho into eyodwa.
If you say the statement of accused number 1, which statement are you referring to?
I'm referring to the confessions taken by Colonel Mboto, my lord.
Ngikhuluma ngaso ke istatement ke noma ke sokugonyuluka ke lesi esasenziwe kuyena uKennel Mbotho.
But also Lieutenant Colonel Khatebe, my lord, because he points out that you can see even in the photos as to where he was standing, he places himself outside.
Kodwa ke akupheleli lapho ke kodwa nakuyena ke uLieutenant Colonel Khatebe ngoba ke uyabona ke noma nakwisithombe lesi ke ebesiveziwe ke lana la akhomba khona ke la ashoyo ke ukuthi wayeme kuphi nendawo.
Just a minute. We're just going to show you the photo which we showed to you yesterday just to illustrate the point.
Yes.
Yes, you can use the photo to illustrate your evidence.
Yes, my lord. So that is the photo I was referring to, which was taken during the pointing out on the 5th of June 2020, where accused one is pointing the position where he was standing, which is places him outside the house, because we know that the shooting incident happened inside the house, my lord.
Lesi ke isona isithombe lesi engikhuluma ngaso ke sange-5 zika June 2020 ila khona ke umsolo wokuqala ashoyo ke noma khombayo ke ukuthi wayeme kuphi ke nendawo la yena ke ayibeka ngaphandle ke endlini ngoba siyazi ukuthi uma ngabe kudutshuka lokho kwenzeka ngaphakathi endlini.
Just for record purposes, that is exhibit GG1.
Okay, my lord, yes. Noted.
And just place the photo number on record.
So this will be photo number 16, 16, my lord.
Isithombe lesi ke number 16.
Yes.
My lord, I wanted to say, yeah, so I said at that stage, especially the part where it says accused one was standing outside, that collaboration was then, for me, it actually confirmed what accused one has been saying all along.
Manje ke uma ke esefinyelela kuleyo ndawo ke umsolo wesibili ke la ashoyo ke khona ukuthi umsolo wokuqala wayeme kuphi ke nendawo ke lokho ke kwase ke manje sekuqinisekisa ke lokho bekade kushiwo umsolo wokuqala ngaso sonke isikhathi ukuthi wayeme kuphi nendawo.
I'm emphasizing this point, my lord.
Yes. Yes. Then don't make any inferences lest you draw some heat on my left-hand side. Just,
all right.
Just present facts.
All right, my lord. So I'm saying this, my lord, because before we approach, and this is a fact, before we approach accused number one, we had a statement of Mr. Absalom Zungu, who simply directed us to accuse 1 and 2.
Okay. Ngikusho lokhu ke ngoba ke ngaphambilini kokuthi ngiye kuyena ke umsolo wokuqala ke sasinaso ke istatement sakhe umnumzana uAbsalom Zungu okuyena ke manje owayesikhomba ke noma esikhombisa ke ngakuhlangothi kamsolo wokuqala nowesibili.
And at that stage also, my lord, it matched the statements of the people who were inside the house who said they saw 2 suspects who came inside the house and demanded cell phone and money.
Futhi ke lokho kwase kuqinisekisa ke lokho okwashiwo ke abantu ke ababesendlini ukuthi kwangena ababili ke ngaphakathi endlini base befuna ke imali kanye nomakhalekhukhwini.
So I'm saying, my lord, in essence, when accused 1 said he was outside, before we go to accused number 2, I did not believe him. I thought he was misleading when I read, first when he told me and subsequently obviously confirming what is contained in the confession. I thought, no, something is amiss because I've got 2 people who fit now, obviously, who were supposed to be inside the house. I was not aware of someone who was standing outside, so I didn't believe it, my lord. But the point I'm going to is that now when accused 2 came into the picture, he now confirms that there were actually more than 2 people, and indeed accused 1 was standing outside.
Manje ke engiyakona ke noma ke engifisa ukuthi ngikusho ke manje ukuthi umsolo wokuqala uma ngabe esengitshela ukuthi yena ke wayemi kuleya ndawo ke ayikhombayo ke ngaphandle ke lapho ke angizange ngimkholwe ke ngoba ke ngase kwase kungahlangani ke kumina ke manje ngoba ke la nginabantu ababili ke manje futhi ke abafithayo ke kule ncazelo enginikiwe kodwa manje uma sekufika ke umsolo wesibili ke engitshela ke ukuthi umsolo wokuqala wayemi kuphi nendawo ngaphandle nokuthi futhi ke babengekho babili abantu babe lapho kodwa ngaphezulu kwalokho.
My Lord, I do recall that accused 5 was mentioned as the person who drove the said getaway car.
Ngiyakhumbula ngitshelwa ke futhi ukuthi umsolo wesihlanu ke kwakuyena owayeshayela imoto leyo ekwakuhanjwa ngayo.
And that accused 4, I think, was one of the stoppers, my Lord.
Nokuthi ke umsolo wake wesine kwakuwomunye wabantu ababemile ke lapho bebhekile ukubiza ngokuthi ke ubrigadier istopa ama istopa.
My Lord, I don't recall the exact amount, but I do know that it was also mentioned to me that accused 2 was paid. He received some money, a certain share. I'm just not sure about the amount. I don't want to put the wrong figure.
Ngiyakhumbula ke ngitshelwa ke ukuthi ke impela ke umsolo wesibili ke wakhokhelwa ke noma ke ikhona ke imali awayinikwa angisakhumbuli nje ukuthi kwakuyimali nike angifuni nje ukuthi ngisho ke inani engasilona.
What is important, my Lord, is that and I'll go back to what followed obvious after our discussion. What is important is that when I received then the confession statement from Colonel Rapadu, I then noticed that what he told me was indeed contained in the annexure of Exhibit HH.
Ngizobuyela ke kona ke lokho kodwa ke engakubona ke noma engaqaphela ke ukuthi ke lokho ewayengitshele kona ke uma sengithola ke manje istatement lesi esasithathwe nomasipala uyena ke uKolonel Rapadu ke kuyona ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-annexure ke yakhe ke Exhibit HH kwakukhona kubhaliwe lapho.
Just a minute.
Yes. My Lord, I was better able to establish that he was in his clear, sober senses and that he was willing to make a statement to an independent officer freely and voluntarily, and that then resulted the arrangement of Colonel Rapado.
Okunye futhi ke ngakuthola ke noma ngakuthola ke ukuthi ke wayesemqondweni yakhe ke ngokupheleleke futhi ke wayeyimisele ukuthi ke ayokhuluma ke nomuntu ke yingakho ke kwase kutholakala yena ke manje uKolonel Rapadu ukuthi kube uyena ke othatha istatement lesi.
Yes, just a minute. Yes.
Yes, my Lord. Then thereafter, then arrangements were then made with Colonel Rapadu when we found him, who said then he should be brought to Morocco on the 19th, that is the following day. I then made arrangements between him and Sergeant Mokhane, who will be moving the suspect, because I knew accused 2. On that day also had to appear in Phosphorus. So, but basically I've connected Sergeant Mokhane with Colonel Rapadu insofar as the obtaining of this confession. Exhibit HH, my Lord.
Kwase khona ke khulumisana ke sazwana ke naye ke uKolonel Rapadu wase ethi ke akalethwe ke kuyena ke emahhovisi eMoroka ngazo i19 ngiyazi ke ukuthi ke futhi ngase ngimhlanganisa ke ukuthi akhulumisane naye ke uSergeant Mokhane ngoba ngiyazi ukuthi ngalelo langa lelo kwakufanele ukuthi ayobingelela imantshi umsolo wesibili ePhosphorus.
Yes. That was done, my Lord. As I said, that was done, and as I said, 2 days later or so, then I obtained the confession statement from Colonel Rapadu together with his statement.
Kwenziwa ke lokho nanjengoba ngishilo ke ngaphambilini ukuthi ke kumalanga amabili ke emuva kwalokho ngase ngihamba ke ngiyolanda ke istatement lesi kuyena ke uKolonel Rapadu kanye nestatement sakhe futhi yena ke uKolonel.
Thank you. Now, in light of the version that was put on record earlier on, which Mr. Mgomezulu put on record, that you came with a statement that it was already made. We are going to traverse exhibit HH with you. Requesting you to comment on each and every allegation as to whether you knew about what is stated in that statement. If I can then ask you to refer to the annex of Exhibit HH.
Yes, my lord.
You can go ahead. It was handed up as Exhibit HH in brackets 1, the annexure.
Yes, should I read the
Yes.
entire annexure or just paragraph by paragraph?
Yes, just read the entire annexure.
All right. It reads as follows, my lord. I, Bongani Sandison Tanzi, 30 years of age, 3125 Freedom Park 2, Rustenburg, states the following in Zulu and translated into English. That,
Did you know of these particulars that appear there?
no, I did not know, my lord. I did not even know accused number 2. And that assertion, my lord, is not only something that I will not do, it is unethical and unlawful. So there is no way I would have involved myself in such illegal activities because the consequences are simply criminal, my lord. And there's a sanction for that. So I did not know the accused. This is now accused 2. It was the first time I came across him when his name was mentioned. He was never even investigated by me for any other matter previously. And that applies with all the accused in this matter, my lord.
Manje ke lana ubrigadier uqeda ukufunda ke imininingwane yakhe uBongani Sandiso Ntanzi efundeka ngalendlela ukuthi mina Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi neminyaka ewu30 ngaleso sikhathi ke uhlala ke okay kwa 3125 eFreedom Park 2 eRustenburg ngisho lokho kulandelayo ngesizulu nokuthi kwase kukhulunyishwa futhi ke ngesingisi manje umshushisi uyabuza ukuthi le mininingwane obuyazi noma obunayo yini uthi cha bakangamazi umsola akukho necala engangeliphenya noma lake la ngihlanganisa naye ke futhi ke nokuthi nje bengeke ngeze nje ngiyenze into enjalo ngoba ke ingekho emthethweni ngiyazi nemiphumela yayo futhi ukuthi iyini ukuthi ngenze okunjalo.
And as we go through the statement, if there's any objective fact that accords with what you read, you can mention that without giving a running comment,
Yes.
without giving a personal opinion. Yes, thank you.
Okay, noted, my lord.
Yes.
So it goes further to say, during mid-October 2014, I received a call from a friend, Mtogoziseni, who was with Mapisa. He informed me about an urgent work that needs to be done, and they need my assistance.
Yes, just a minute.
Kwaku maphakathi ke noOctober ngo2015 ngathola ke ucingo olalubuya kumngani wami uMthokoziseni owaye naye ke uMaphisa wangitshela noma wangazisa ke ukuthi ke kwakunomsebenzi ophuthumayo okwakudingeka ukuthi ke wenziweke nokuthi babedinga usizo lwami.
Now, did you or any member of your team know about this, what is stated in this paragraph?
No, we did not, my lord. As I said, up to the stage when we got to this accused, what we had and what I had and what I believed was the case was that accused 1 and 2 were actually the perpetrators. We are not aware of accused 3, 4, and 5. So the only lead that we had is that these are the 2 perpetrators, as per the statement that we had. That, my lord, correlated with the people who were inside the house who said 2 perpetrators came in. So up to the time we go to accused number 2, my mind was that accused 1 is misleading when he said he was outside. I thought he was actually inside. Now we go to accused number 2, and then the change of the direction of the investigation then changes because now it brings new players into the picture.
Manje ke lokhu ke wena ke noma ithimba lakho lokuqeda ufunda ke manje ke lapha ukuthi wathola ucingo lalubuya kumthokoziseni wayekanye noma phisa ukuthi kunomsebenzi ke ophuthumayo kufanele wenziwe badinga ke ukuthi alekelele ingabe wena ke nethimba lakhe nanikwazini lokho uthi cha sasengakwazi ke thina ke esasikwazi noma mina ke enganginakho ukuthi ke kwakuwabantu ababili ngoba lokho kwakuhambisana naloko okwakusho kushiwo abantu ababephakathi ke endlini ukuthi kwangena abantu ababili nokuthi futhi uma ngabe umsolo wokuqala engitshela ukuthi yena ke wayemi ngaphandle endlini ngangithi ke uyangikhohlisa ke kona lokho kodwa kwaze kwaba yisikhathi la khona ke manje sengifinyelela noma sengifica ke kumsolo wesibili ke la manje uphenyo selishintsha khona ke manje ngoba yena ke uqinisekisa lokho kushiwo umsolo wokuqala ukuthi umsolo wokuqala bengaphandle abe esesho nabanye ke abantu ukuthi kwakukhona nabanye.
It goes further, my lord, to say Carlos was nearby as I would hear his voice in the background. I promised to assist and I decided to leave for Johannesburg. I then left for Phosphorus Men's Hostel and then met with Moses Sibia, Sifiso Zungu, also known as Sinkani, who initially gave me the inside information. Later, Carlos Buthelezi and Mapisa joined the gathering at the hostel.
Carlos, yeah. Okay. Lana iqhubeka ke isithi ke lesi statement lesi ke uCarlos wayeseduze ke nanjengoba ngangizwa ke ilizwi lakhe ke ngasemuva ngathembisa ke ukuthi ngizolekelela ngase ngithatha ke isinqumo sokuthi ke ngihambe ke ngiye eGoli ngahamba ke ngiya ePhosphorus ehostel yabantu besilisa noma eyamadoda ke ngahlangana khona ke noMuzi Sibiya uSifiso Zungu owaziwa futhi ke nanjengonkani okuyena ke owaqala noma ke owanginikeza ke imininingwane kamuva ke uCarlos Buthelezi kanye noMaphisa base nabo ke behlangana beba yingxenye ke yaleyo mhlangano ke ehostel.
Thank you. You've already commented on the on what is contained in this paragraph, but did you know of the names that are mentioned in this paragraph?
No, I did not, my lord. What we're simply able to establish, but obviously at a later stage when we're collaborating, the statement was really to say we already knew accused number one, which is Moses Sibia, his name is mentioned. Carlos Buthelezi were able to match that person, although the same name is moved to accused 3. And I think the names for accused 4 and 5 are self-explanatory, my lord. They are mentioned straightforward. But I did not know. As I said, my lord, we only had inside accused 1 and 2. 3, 4, and 5 was something that was not on my side. We didn't have anything tangible.
Nanje bangishilo ke ngaphambilini ke ukuthi lana ke manje khulunywa ngamagama ke yebo ke sasazi ke ngaye uMuzi Sibiya ke kodwa ke amagama amanye lana ke kwakungamagama ke esasingazi ke kodwa ke uyawasho ke lana uCarlos Buthelezi ke kodwa ke sibonga kube uyena ke umncube kanye futhi ke naye ke uNtuli noma ke uZungu nanje bakushiwo ke lana kanye noMaphisa kodwa nanje bangishilo ke ngaphambilini ukuthi thina ke sasazi nje ngaye umsola ke oqala kanye nowesibili.
You have just mentioned that in the course of your investigations you were able to match the name Carlos Buthelezi to accused number 3. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, my lord, during the interview with some of the witnesses, my lord, who gave us statements, they did say Carlos Buthelezi and accused 3. It's basically one and the same pattern. So that came out during the investigation process.
Nanjengoba ngishilo ukuthi ke uma sithola igama leli ke lika Carlos Buthelezi ke ile gama leli esalihlanganisa ke nayo ke umsolo wesithathu ukuthi lokho kwatholakala ke uma ngabe sesineinhlolo khona ke nama kama interview nofakazi ke noma nabantu ke abasitshela ke ukuthi ke uCarlos Buthelezi ke number 3 umuntu nje oyedwa lo.
Yes.
It reads further, my lord, to say I was briefed that the person to be eliminated or killed was Senzo Meyiwa, and the matter is initiated by Kelly Kumalo, who was going to make a payment for the whole job. We were positioned accordingly that Nkani will be the driver, Moses Sibiya will be the guard, and myself and Carlos will get inside Kelly Kumalo's house. Mapisa will be outside as a backup. Surveillance was conducted.
ngase ngaziswa noma ngitshelwa ke ukuthi ke umuntu lowo kwakufanele ukuthi ke agudlulwe noma ke bulaweke kwakuyena uSenzo Meyiwa nokuthi ke futhi ke umuntu ke oweza nako konke lokho noma ke owaqala ke lokhu kwakuuKelly Khumalo okwakuzoba uyena ke owayezokhokha ke ngawo wonke lowo msebenzi noma ke loyo job leyo. Sase simiswa ke ngalendlela ke ukuthi ke unkani kwakuzoba uyena owayezoba umshayeli, uMoses Sibiya uyena ke owayezogada ke noma ke abhekeke nokuthi mina ke kanye naye uCarlos sasizongena ngaphakathi kuboKelly noma ke kumuzi wakuboKelly, uMaphisa wayezoba ke ngaphandle ke yena noma ke abheke yena noma ke kusetshenziswe igama la lithi ke i-backup ngaphandle.
Now, did you know of the roles played by the persons mentioned here in this paragraph, except for Moses Sibiya, as you've already testified?
No, my lord, I did not know at all. As I say, my lord, and I want to keep on going back, it was new information. It was something that was not contained. The only, perhaps let me just qualify this part, my lord. The only part or reference where, and I saw that at a later stage, where the name of accused 3 was mentioned was insofar as the first investigating team, not me, my lord, mentioned it in the investigation diary where they said they had information, they followed it up, but it was negative. But insofar as this team is concerned, my lord, I had no clue whatsoever.
Manje ke ngokuthi ke ubani wayezokwenzani ke noma nanjengoba kushiwo ke lana ingaba wena noma ithimba lakho nanikwazi ke cha sasingazilutho sasingenako ke lokho kodwa ke engifisa nje ukuthi ngikusho ke noma ngichaze ke ukuthi ke kwithimba ke elaliphenya noma ke elalingaphambi kwethu ke noma ngoba lalikhona ke ithimba elaliphenya ngaphambi kwethu uCarlos ke lona ke uThelezi ke kwakhulunyiwe ke ngaye futhi sorry ngize Maphisa. My apologies ngenze iphutha lapho. Umaphisa ke babekhulumile ke ngaye kodwa ke basho ukuthi kuloko abakulandelela ke akukho abakuthola ke kwakuyilokho nje kuphela ke kodwa ke akukho esasikwazi ukuthi ubani wayezokwenzani.
So I was not aware of these rules, my lord.
So ukuthi ke ubani kwakuyini umsebenzi wakhe ngangengakwazi.
Yes.
Then it goes further, my lord, to say Sunday at about between 1900 hours and 2000 hours, we then proceeded to the address. I went with Carlos and others took their position as discussed during the planning. When we entered the house, Carlos shouted in Zulu.
It's Carlos.
Carlos, yes, Carlos. Carlos, correct, my lord. When we entered the house, Carlos shouted in Zulu, Panzi, I'll read it as it is, my lord. Panzi, imali, ne ma cell phone.
Thank you.
Okay, ngesonto ke kwakuphakathi ke kwehora lesikhombisa kanye ke nehora lesishiyagalombili ila esaqhubeka ke manje saya khona ke kulelo Kelly lelo ngangena ke mina kanye naye uCarlos abanye ke bema ke kwindawo zabo noma ama position abo ke nanjengoba ke kwakuboniswe noma ke kwakukhulunyiwe uma ngabe sekwenziwa ke i-planning. Uma sesingenile ke ngaphakathi emzini uCarlos wamemeza ke ngesizulu wathi phansi imali nama cell phone.
Now, did you know of these roles ascribed to various participants?
My lord, what I knew is that insofar as, and that was picked up at the analysis stage, that the statements of the people who were in the house indicate that the two perpetrators, so the intruders, did demand or make shout or demanded cell phones and money, and in Zulu. So that I knew insofar as what was contained in the statements.
Lokhu ke okubhalwe lana ke noma ke yabuza umshushisi ukuthi wakwazini mala nalokhu ke engangikwazi ke uma ngabe sisiqala ke uphenyo ke kubantu ke ababengaphakathi ke endlini ukuthi labo ababili abangena ke basho ngesizulu bathi ke imali nama cell phone ilokho ke engangikwazi.
So in essence, my lord, there was a collaboration that what was contained or what is contained here, it actually matched what was said by the people who were inside the house, who then witnessed these two intruders who demanded cell phones and money in Zulu.
Manje ke lokhu ke okubhaliwe ke lana noma ke okushiwo ke kulesi statement kwakuyinto eyayihlangana ke noma ke ihambisana ke naloko okwashiwo yilabo ababephakathi ke endlini ukuthi labo ababili abangena basho ngesizulu bathi ke imali nama cell phone.
Please, Malata, see, it's just before the long adjournment. Can we take the long adjournment at this point?
Okay. 2 o'clock then.
I think it needs to be put in a proper perspective. The question to the witness is in relation to Carlos. And the confirmation is to the effect that that is what the witness is said. Did the witness said that is Carlos who said that, or is the person who they said was wearing some dreadlocks who said that statement? I think it needs to be put in the proper perspective.
Yes, sir.
I'm really baffled. I don't understand that objection. We putting on record what is stated. It is no one else but my learned friend who said we shouldn't travel beyond what is in the statement. Now, we read out what is stated here. Now, he wants us to put an interpretation to a statement, which he said we mustn't do. But be that as may, my lord, I think it is a perfectly permissible question to the witness, just to quote the context of the confession and to ask him to
Yes,
to
proceed.
comment.
Let's hear you.
As the court pleases. Now, we wish to refer you to the evidence of Mr. Twala, Mtokozizi Twala, given on the 2nd of August 2023 at page 37 from line 16 to 22, if you can just place that evidence on record.
Yes, indeed, my lord. It is page 37 of the record of the 2nd of August, yes, 2023, Mr. Twala. As I say that person, the first person that appeared from the person appeared to here. Mr. Baloyi, the witness pointing to the opening again. Mr. Twala, what then happened when this person appeared? This person must behind Kelly. Marod, I'm reading it verbatim here. This person must behind Kelly, and then what I did is I looked at Senzo. What I remember is that the person demanded phones and money.
Lana ke ufunda ke ubufakazi bakhe uMthokozisi Thwala bange-2 zika August ngo-2023 nanjengoba ngishilo ke loyo muntu loyo umuntu wokuqala owavela ke umuntu ke owavela umnumzana Baloyi ufakazi ke ukhomba ke la ekuvulekile khona futhi uThwala okwenzeka ke ukuthi uma lo muntu evela lo muntu lona emuva kokheli ngase ngibheka uSenzo engikukhumbulayo ukuthi ke umuntu loyo wafuna amafoni nemali.
Then the evidence of Ms. Zandi Kumalo given on the 21st of July 2023, page 17 of the record, lines 9 to 12, in cross-examination by Advocate Nisi. Can you just read?
Yes, my lord. So I'll start with the cross-examination by Mr. Mnisi. Then one of them says he produced a firearm in front of you, and he says money and cell phones, but he is saying that in Zulu. Ms. Kumalo, yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Lana ke uadvocate Mnisi ke ebuza yena ke uZandi Khumalo wabe omunye wabo ke esho wakhipha ke isibhamu phambi kwakho wabe sethi imali nama cell phones kodwa ekusho lokho ngesizulu yebo kuyiqiniso.
Then, just on this, lastly on this aspect, the evidence of Mr. Tumelo Madlala on the 7th of August 2023, page 16 of the record, from line 5 up to 8. Can you just place that on record?
Indeed, my lord, it reads as follows. Mr. Madala, under Mr. Madala, he had dreadlocks on the head and was also wearing a hat. Now, one thing that he actually wanted was the phones and the money, and with the wielded firearm and big eyes or widened eyes.
Lana ke ufunda ubufakazi bakhe uTumelo Madlala bange 7 August 2023. Yebo into eyodwa ke awayeyifuna kwaku ama cell phones kanye nemali futhi ke ephethe ke isibhamu enamehlo ke amakhulu noma enamehlo yebo amakhulu noma ke amehlo ke aqhamile.
Then, in just above that paragraph that we have quoted, the following
Sorry. Oh, I didn't bet. Oh, wayenama dreadlocks ekhanda futhi ke ethwele nesigqoko. Sorry.
Just above that portion that we've just quoted, there's a portion that says, I went in with Carlos and others took their positions as discussed during the planning. When we entered the house, Carlos shouted. You've explained how you connect that name to accused number 3, is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Lana ke kunale ndawo athi sangena ke endlini mina ke no Carlos uCarlos wasememeza ke ubusushilo ke ukuthi leli gama olihlanganisa kanjani nomsolo wesithathu yebo kuyiqiniso.
In this regard, we wish to refer you to the evidence of Constable S. Zungu on the 8th of September 2023 from line 18 to 21, continuing to page 43, line 1 to 4. Can you place that on record?
I'm baffled to use the state's word as to what is it that the state is actually trying to demonstrate here. Is it trying to indicate that this confession should also be, or the content of the confession should also be used as against the other accused that are mentioned here? Because it keeps on referring to the other accused. The law is very specific, my lord, that it can be used. But now I'm just wondering, what is the relevance of keep on referring to the names of the other people whose names are also mentioned in the confession here, if the aim is not to have the confession used against them? Maybe the state needs to explain that, because from where I'm standing, all that the state is doing here constitutes irrelevant and inadmissible evidence.
No, that's not how I understand
Yes,
the
my lord.
evidence.
Yes.
The law is clear, as we all know, that the
As it is
confession
the
can be
court.
used against
Yes.
another co-accused. But
Yes.
there's nothing debarring the state from quoting what the confessor said
Yes.
in the presence of whoever.
Yes, my lord.
That's a
But
different
now,
aspect.
then what's the purpose for that?
I don't know, you must ask him.
That is the reason why I'm standing up, my lord. Exactly.
Indeed, my lord. We have put on record the proposition by Mr. Mgomezulu, who says that Brigadier Gininda came with a statement that was already written, and a name is mentioned here. Now, we're just referring to the record, my lord, to indicate the origin of the name, that it has got nothing to do with Brigadier Gininda, but just to merely explain what the source of that name is. We're not saying that evidence is admissible against accused number 3. We're just quoting the passage to show the origin of the name. That is the whole purpose.
Yeah, but let's
Yes.
continue, sir.
As a court, please, can you just place that on record?
Okay, so it reads as follows, my lord. He introduced Carlos, who is known to me as Gadla, whose real name is Mtobisi Ngube, and also referred to him as Buthelezi Boy.
Yeah, you can just.
Lana-
Yeah, you can just proceed to the next page.
Okay, sorry.
Buthelezi boy, who's real, okay,
The next page.
yeah. Just it starts, I want to start where it starts, sentence. I did not need an introduction to Musica Ukulela Sibiya, Carlos known as Gada, whose real name is Mtobi Singube, and we referred to him at times as Buthelezi boy, and Sinakona.
Says, thank you, that's enough, thank you.
This is Zungu.
Lana ke statement lesi sika S Zungu wethula noma ke awamethula ke kumina uCarlos engimazi na njengogadla igama lakhe ke la ngempela kuMthobisi Ncube futhi ke uma ebizwa kuthiwa umfana kwaButhelezi sasingekho ke isidingo sokuthi ke ethule umuzi kaUkhulelwa Sibiya uCarlos engimazi na njengogadla igama lakhe ke la ngempela kuMthobisi Ncube futhi ke uma simbiza ke sithi umfana akaButhelezi no Sinakhose Sibiya.
Thank you. We can then continue from where you stopped just before the long adjournment. You were at the sentence that starts, while I was still.
Then it reads as follows, my lord. This is now after the sentence where that says we entered the house. Carlos shouted in Zulu, "Pansi, imali, ne ma cell phone." I started collecting cell phones and cash that was in the container. While I was still busy, Senzo jumped to Carlos, and the struggle ensued where one shot went off and the second shot hit Senzo as the firearm was pointed at his chest.
Ngase ngiqala ke mina ukuthi ke ngithathe ke ama cell phones kanye futhi nemali ke eyayi kwi container ngathi ke ngisakwenza ke lokho uSenzo wase esejompa ke eya ku Carlos ilapho ke ebalwisana khona ke saqhuma ke isibhamu uma ke sesiqhuma okwesibili ke sashaya uSenzo nanjengoba ke isibhamu lesi sasikhombe kuyena esifubeni.
I ran out with the money and the cell phone, leaving Carlos behind while Mapisa ran into the house. I then proceeded directly to the Silver Polo parked. I waited in the car with Ngani.
Ngase ngigijima ke mina ke ngaphuma nemali kanye futhi ke ne cell phone ngashiya uCarlos ngasemuva ngaleso sikhathi ke noma yila khona ke uMapisa yena ke wasegijima ngena ngaphakathi ke endlini ngaqhubeka ke mina ke ngaya kwipolo esilver eyayimi lapho ngalinda ke emotweni naye unkani.
Now, Brigadier, did you know about all these facts? For instance, that the firearm was pointed at Mr. Senzo Meyiwa and a shot went off and hit him in the chest?
I did know that he was shot on the chest, my lord, but as to the facts, as to who, like he's referring the name Carlos, my lord, I didn't know those facts. What I knew is that the deceased was shot, there was an entry and exit wounds, and those were the facts that were contained on the first day of the incident. That's all I knew, but not insofar as the names of the perpetrators.
Engangikwazi ukuthi nje uma ufike wadutshulwa ke futhi ke nokuthi ke kunala inhlamvu yangena khona kwaba nala inhlamvu yaphuma khona ke kodwa ukuthi ke amagama obanike abakwenza ke lokho nanjengoba lana ke libizwa ke igama Carlos ngangingakwazi lokho.
I also did not know that Mapisa went in after they went out, my lord. I did not know this. There was nothing, it was never contained in the docket.
Nokuthi ke futhi ke emuva kokuthi yena ke sephumile uMapisa wangena ngaphakathi ke ngangingakwazi lokho kwakungekho kwidokodo.
And about running out with the money and the cell phone?
My lord, what I knew is that the cell phone of Ms. Kelly Kumalo was taken. I was not aware of the money because none of the people who were inside the house mentions that. All they say there was a demand of cell phones and money, and we know that the cell phone belonging to Ms. Kelly Kumalo, the one that Ken Stein referred as a runaway phone, I've testified about it, my lord, in terms of the location. That is how far I knew about the phone that was taken, and that's all.
Engangikwazi ke ukuthi yona ke cellphone yakhe uMiss Kelly Khumalo yayithathiwe ke kwahanjwa nayo ke kodwa ngangazi lutho ke ngemali akukho ke nabantu ababephakathi ke endlini abekho noma akekho owakusho noma owakhuluma ngakho lokho ngangazi kuphela ngale cellphone yakhe ke uMiss Kelly Khumalo ekuyiyona uKennel Stein futhi ke athule ubufakazi ngayo.
Yes, you may proceed.
Then, Mapisa then went to the Silver Polo was parked. I waited in the car with Nkani. Within short period of time, I was joined by Carlos, Muzi Sibia, and Mapisa. We then left for Phosphorus Hostel. Carlos took the cash and the cell phone from me.
Kwisikhathi njena esifishane ke emuva kwalokho ke kwase kufika ke uCarlos Musi Sibiya kanye noMaphisa sase sihamba ke siya ehostel eFosloras uCarlos wasethatha kumina ke imali kanye necellphone.
Did you know about these facts that are stated here?
No, I did not know, my lord.
Ingaba lokho okubhalwe lana wakwazi yini cha ngangakwazi?
And there's mention of a silver polo. Says I then proceeded directly to the silver polo. Where it was parked.
My lord, no, I did not know. What I knew at this stage, because we already had the confession statement of accused one, he referred to a white polo. So I had no knowledge of a silver polo. This was the first time this was brought to my attention. In other words, during our interaction and subsequently it was then documented in this exhibit H.
Ngangazi lutho ke ngepolo eyayisilva ngombala ngalesi sikhathi ke sase nayiso ke istatement sakhe umsola wokuqala yena ke wakhuluma ngepolo emhlophe ngangazi lutho ke ngale esilver ipolo.
I also did not know that accused 5 was the driver because it was not mentioned in the previous confession, my lord. It's a different name which we followed and found that that person was in prison. It's what was given to us by accused number 1, not that accused 5 was the driver.
Okunye futhi ngangakwazi noma esasingakwazi ke ukuthi umsola wesihlanu uyena owaye umshayeli engangikwazi ke ukuthi ke kwakuomunye umuntu ke noma ke elinye igama elanikezwe uyena umsola wokuqala lo sathola ukuthi lo muntu leyo ke wayesejele ngaleso sikhathi leso kodwa hayi ukuthi kwakuumsola wesihlanu kwakuyena wayeshayela.
We've already referred you to the evidence of Constable Zungu as he testified on the 8th of September 2023, page 43, from line 19, if you can just put that on record, from line 19 up to page 44, the first and second lines.
Yes. Indeed, my lord, line 19 reads as follows. At about 3 p.m., Sinakosa Sibiya approached me and told me that Ngade Sifokuhle Ntuli Zungu Ntuli is stating that I removed my vehicle because he wanted to go out as I have parked behind his vehicle and blocked his exit. I was driving a state unmarked vehicle VW Polo and Gadeni was driving a silver gray hatchback Volkswagen Polo.
Okay.
3 p.m.
Yeah.
Isikhathi ke kwakungo3 uSinakho Sibiya weza kumina ke wangitshela ukuthi ungade Sifiso kuhle Ntuli, Zungu Ntuli, uthi ke angisuse imoto yami ngoba ke ngangime noma wayefuna ukuphuma ke nanjengoba ngangiphake noma ngime emuva kwemoto yakhe futhi ke ngimvalele ukuthi ke aphumeke ngangihamba mina ke ngemoto engabhaliwe noma ke engamakhiwe kahulumeni noma ke estate iVW iPolo ungadeni yena ke wayeshayela noma ke ehamba hatchback silver grey ngombala Volkswagen iPolo.
Yes, you may proceed with the statement. You can start from within a short period of time.
Yes, I just want to. Okay, Carlos took out the cash and the cell phone from me. At the hostel, I received an amount of 15,000 rands cash. I then left with eNCA to Johannesburg, where I slept over. The following day, eNCA took me to Davidton, where I stayed for some days. eNCA later returned and took out an amount of 30,000 and gave me. Can I read? Okay. He further directed me to the taxis to my residence. As there was dissatisfaction about the money, it led to a meeting to be held in the homelands at eMahlabathini. It
Yes.
escalated.
It's fine, just
You can wait to the end, it's fine.
now. Did you know about this fact about the money that is being mentioned here?
Okay, yeah, shut him up. Sorry. Uma sesifika khona ke ehostel ngathola ke imali noma ke isamba ke semali esiwu 15,000 ngase ngihamba naye ke unkani saye eGoli eJohannesburg la engalala khona ke ngosuku olulandelayo ke unkani wasengithatha engihambisa eDavidton la engachitha khona ke insuku ezimbalwa unkani ke wase ebuya ke wakhipha ke imali engango 30,000 wanginikeza yona. Okay, wase engikhombisa futhi ke nama taxi aya la engihlala khona ke nanjengoba kwakukhona ke ukuthi ke ungagculiseki mayelana ke nemali lokho kwaholela ekuthini kube nomhlangano obakhona emakhaya emahlabathini o emahlathini ngendlela ekubhalwe ngayo la uyabuza ke manje umshushisi ukuthi wawazi ke yini ngale mali lena.
My Lord,
If I may ask you not to refer to any hearsay evidence referring to the meeting in eMahlabathini, you may proceed.
Ngizocela ke ungakhulumi ke ngomhlangano ongazi ukuthi noma into abathi ke yinzwa bathi mayela nomhlangano lo wasemahlabathini.
indeed, my Lord. So, my Lord, I did not, what I knew about the money, it was insofar as the confession statement that was made by accused one. Because this confession exhibit double H came after the statement of accused number one. So, insofar as him alluding that there was money paid, but he didn't mention accused number two. I only know insofar as that is concerned, but insofar as what is contained in exhibit double H, I did not know that information, my Lord.
Mayelana ke nemali ke akukho ke engangikwazi mayelana nemali lokho okwakushiwo ke uyena ke umsolo woqala kwesakhe istatement ayisenzile ngoba lesi sona ke seza emuva kokuthi unumber 1 esenze esakhe ke futhi ke ekhuluma ngaye engakhulumi ke ngo-number 2 manje ke lokho okushiwo ke la ngemali ke yatholakala ngangingenalo ulwazi lwalokho.
My Lord, it's also prudent to mention that at the time when I took control of the docket, the impression that we've got, this is now before focusing on this accused, it looked as if it was a robbery that went wrong because the essence of the statements that are in the docket, which is available into the defense, seemed to suggest that people were in to rob or demanded cell phones and money, and there was a struggle and the gunshot went off. So if one looked at it, it really looked like that. Now, this information that was now clearly indicating that this may have been a contractual killing, it was the first time it was brought to my attention, my Lord.
Futhi ke uma ngabe ngangibheka ke noma ke idokotela likumina ke ngokwalokho engangenalo kulona noma ke information eyayikhona kulona kwakubukeka ngongathi ke kwakuwabantu laba ke ababezobamba ke inkunzi kodwa ke lokho akuhambanga kahle ke kwase kuqhuma ke nesibhamu kodwa manje ke uma sekuvela ke manje lena ke imininingwane ke ila manje esekubonakala khona ke ukuthi cha ke lana ke kwakuwabantu lana ke abanikezwe ke umsebenzi noma ekiwe kubona ke kwathiwa abazokwenza ke lo msebenzi ukuthi ke kube nomuntu ozobulawa uma ngabe sekufika lena information esasingenayo.
Yes, you may proceed. It escalated.
Yeah, I just want to find the sentence, my lord. Yes. Okay, it escalated to such an extent that Moses Sibiya had leaked information about the incident. Open bracket, murder of Senzo Meyiwa, close bracket. Njabulo and Lulema had an argument.
Lulama.
This one looks like Imalo, so I'll say Lulama. I was trying to quote it as it appears, but yeah, Lulama had an argument with Moses Sibiya, whereby a meeting was convened by the family, headed by Moses' father. He told them to keep quiet about the incident of the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. The family agreed about the conspiracy to keep quiet about the incident. The matter was never reported to the police. I then left for Carltonville and later to Rustenburg.
Lokhu kwasekunyukela ke ngaphezulu noma lokhu kwaseku mase kukhulunywa ke kwafinyelela ke la khona ke ukuthi ke noma ke kuvela ke ukuthi umuzi Sibiya yena ke kukhona ke awakusho noma wakhuluma mayelana nesigameko lesi ukubulawa kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa unjabulo kanye nolulama bona ke baba nokuthi ke baphikisaneke noma baxabaneke lapho kanye naye ke umuzi Sibiya la khona ke umhlangano kwaba nomhlangano ke umhlangano bizwa uwona ke umndeni umhlangano lowo ke noma ke owawuholwa uyena ke ubaba kamuzi wabe esebatshela ke ukuthi ke bathuleke bangasho lutho mayelana nesigameko sokubulawa kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa. Umndeni wavumelana ke ngaloko ukuthi ke akuthulwe mayelana nesigameko lesi futhi ke udaba lolu alukaze lukhulunywe noma ke lubikwe ke emaphoyiseni ngase ngihamba ke ngiya eCarltonville kamuva ngaya eRustenburg.
Now, Brigadier, are you in any way the source of this information in this last paragraph as it was suggested by Mr. Ngomezulu?
No, my lord, I did not even know accused two, as I said. I mean, the only thing I knew was the names as per the affidavit of Absalom Zungu. And prior to that, I did not know him, my lord. Nor did I know what he would even tell me. So I'm not the source. I didn't know all this information.
Ingaba lokhu ke okubhaliwe lana egcineni ke qedwe ufundwa ke manje ngaba wena ke oweza ke nalokho noma nale information ke cha njengoba ngishilo ukuthi ke umsola wesibili ke ngangingamazi ke futhi ke amagama ukuthi ngikwazi ke noma ngiwezwe ke i-statement noma ke affidavit le yayenziwe uyena ke uAbsalom Zungu futhi ke ngangazi ke nangalokhu ke okubhaliwe khona la.
Thank you. If we can then look at the next exhibit, Exhibit J, statement that was made before Magistrate Gronier, as you've already put on record, on the 24th of June 2020 at 14:30. You mentioned that you received the previous exhibit, Exhibit HH, from Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu 2 days after it was made. What happened thereafter?
My lord, then it was filed in the docket, and then it was the following, or rather the following of the information that was contained in terms of the collaboration of this exhibit.
Manje ke ushilo ukuthi kusemuva kweinsuku ezimbili uyolanda ke istatement kuyena ke uLieutenant Colonel Rapadu wasekwenzekani ke ila engasifaka khona ke kwidokodo nokuthi ke manje ngilandeleleke ulwazi ke noma ke information leyo ke ngokuthi ke ukuthi ubheke ukuthi ihlangana kuphi ke.
My lord, then on the 23rd, and I've testified about this also, so I'll not want to repeat myself, my lord, that on the 23rd of June 2020, that's when I came across Mr. Mjiaho, Advocate Mjiaho, who at the police station after I received a call, I've testified about it, my lord, with accused number 2, and it was out of those discussions and with the state that then arrangements were made that this document, double J, should then be made, my lord.
Kwakunge 23 zika June 2020 muva kokuthi ke ngihlangane naye ke uMr Mjiako epolice station ekhona ke umsolo wesibili ke emuva kokuthi ngithole ucingo ke emuva kwalezo inkulumo leso kanye futhi ke nombuso emuva kwalezo inkulumo lezo ke ila ekwathathwa khona ke isinqumo ukuthi ke akuwenziwe ke istatement lesi ekhulunywa ngo double J.
If we can just maybe briefly once again revisit those facts, what happened on the 23rd of June 2020, or what led to you going to the police station?
My lord, my recollection, I received a call from the sales, one of the sales officers who indicated that there was an attorney who wanted to consult with accused number 2. So they wanted basically permission if they can allow him. During that time, my lord, we were still under the COVID-19 regulations.
Just a minute.
Kwenzeka kanjani ke ukuthi ke ubese uhlangana naye ke umjiyako police station ngathola ke ucingo elabuya ke komunye ke kwalabo abasebenza ke kuma cell eshoka ukuthi kunommeli okhona ke office ukuthi ke akhulumisane ke nomsolo wake owesibili ngaleso sikhathi leso ke ilesikhathi ke lesi ke esasiphansi ke kwayo ke imithetho yayo iCovid-19.
I allow them, my lord, to say they should permit him because he's a legal person to consult while I was making my way to the station to verify his status, which is what I've done, my lord.
Ngaba ngasho ke kubona ukuthi ke abamvumeleke ukuthi ke akhulumisane ke noma ke aconsult naye ke ngoba ke kwaku ummeli ngaleso sikhathi leso ke mina ke ngangisendleleni eya khona lapho ke epolice station ukuyoqinisekisa ke impela ke ukuthi ke ubani yena into leyo engayenza.
What is prudent, my lord, to mention is that when I arrived at the cells where accused 1 and this gentleman it was the first time for me to see him. I've never worked with him or seen him before, my lord. It is accused number 2, sorry, not accused number 1. It is accused number 2 who stood up and as I was approaching and said, "This is my attorney."
Engakwenza ke mangifika ke khona lapho ke epolice station le noma kulawo masel lawo ke ngizokhulumisana noma ke ngifuna ukwazi ke ummeli loyo kwaba umsolo ebethe qala ke ubrigadier uaccused 1 kodwa ke siyalungisa ukuthi cha ngikhuluma ngomsolo wesibili ke hayi umsolo wokuqala uyena umsolo wesibili owasukuma ke wathi ummeli wami lo.
My lord, after the introductions between ourselves and this gentleman obviously introducing himself and saying he's got instructions, I asked him to identify himself. And I do recall that I went outside to check his status because he gave me the South African ID, the copy and the document that was coming from the Legal Practice Council, which obviously when I went out was to confirm indeed that if he was an attorney and such was confirmed, my lord.
Angakwenza ke ukuthi ke manje ke lo ubhuti lona ke noma ke ummeli lona ke lo owayesho ukuthi ummeli ukuthi wanginikeza ke umazisi wakhe ke wanginikeza ke nephepha noma ke idocument eyayibuya ke eLegal Practice Council LPC ngase ngiphumela ngaphandle ke ukuyokwenza leso siqinisekiso ke ngempela ke ngathola ke ukuthi uyena ummeli.
My lord, I also recall that the discussions with the attorney, obviously when I returned, went to insofar as him wanting to know who were the state representative insofar as the NPA is concerned. And the name of Advocate Baloyi, Advocate Leonard, and Advocate Mapata, those were the people that I gave him to say these are the state representative on the side of the NPA who are dealing with this matter. There was then engagements, my lord, as I said, that resulted in the arrangement of the 24th, where this confession was then taken.
Wase efuna ukwazi ke ukuthi obani abamele umbuso ngase ngimnikeza ke amagama abo ke uadvocate Baloyi, advocate Leonard, advocate Mapate ngathi ke ibona ke abamele umbuso ngakuhlangothi lwayo ke iNPA ila khona ke manje kusekuqala khona ke ingxoxo ezaholela ekuthini ke kube nalesi statement lesi ku exhibit JJ.
Now the letter that you referred to that you say you received from Mr. Mjiako. Is that correct, that in the trial, within a trial, it was handed in as exhibit YY?
Indeed, my lord, it was actually handed in as exhibit YY, and then later there was also YY2, because there was a condition of the other one where I said I don't see the signature correctly, and the court ordered that we must give it in. So it was YY1, and then there was YY2. That's the letter in question, my lord.
Lona ke lencwadi sikhuluma ngayo ke yakhe ke umjiyako ke kwaba uma indluliso lenkantolo njengobufakazi ke kwaba exhibit uYY YY1 no YY2.
Now, whose initiative was it that, as you put it, that a process should be put in train that resulted in exhibit JJ?
It was from the accused, my lord, and the counsel. As I said, I was asked who are the NPA representative, and through those discussion of the understanding, there was some form of understanding where I've been duly advised that because it was not concluded, I cannot go into, my lord. But because of those discussion and understanding, then the process kicked in for JJ1, and subsequently there were other discussions that followed after that, my lord.
Ingaba ke kwakubuya kubali ke ukuthi ke kuze sekuholele ukuthini kube nale statement kwakuyena ke umsolwa kanye nommeli wakhe ke ila khona ke engishilo ukuthi babuza ke noma wabuza ke ummeli ukuthi obani abamele umbuso ngase nginikeza ke amagama ila ingxoxo ke zaqala khona ke ezaholela kusona ke le statement lezi zaba khona ke nezinye futhi ke ingxoxo.
Yes. Now, when was this arrangement arrived at with accused number 2 and his legal representative? When was it finalized?
Well, on that day, when I left on the 23rd, my lord, there was this understanding that we should start making arrangements for the taking of the confession, which is what I've done, and subsequently then the date of the 24th, which is the following day, was then confirmed. After it was confirmed that the presiding officer will be available to assist with the confession in Boksburg.
Lokho ke uma ke ngihamba ke ngalelo langa i23 ilapho ekwakuvunyelwene khona ke ukuthi ke angiqale ke ngenzeke lawo malungiselelo lawo ke ukuthi ke kuthathwe ke istatement kwase kunqunywa ke ukuthi ke kulandelelayo ngazo i24 kuzoyiwa ke kwimantshi eBoksburg.
And the understanding was that the attorney as well, my lord, Advocate Mjiako, will be present. And indeed, even though I was not there, but when I received the document back, I noted that he was present.
Futhi ke okwavunyelwana ngakho ke ukuthi ke yena ke umjiyako wayezoba yingxenye ke noma wayezoba khona ke lapho eBoksburg uma kiwa kuyona ke imantshi noma ke ngangingekho lapho ngazo i24 kodwa uma ngabe sengithola ke manje istatement lesi ngabona ukuthi impela wayekhona lapho.
Just a minute. Yes. When did you receive the statement?
Yeah.
Exhibit JJ?
I don't remember, my lord. I don't recall. Because I was not there, as I said. Could have been a day, or that evening, or a day after, my lord, but I don't have a recollection, my lord, at this moment.
Angisakhumbuli ukuthi mangisithola ke statement lezi ngasithola nini nanjoba ngishilo ke ukuthi ngangingekho lapho istatement esasenziwa khona ke kungenze ukuthi ilelo langa lelo noma ke ngelanga elilandelayo kodwa ke angisakhumbuli.
But it was given to me, my lord. As a result, I filed it on the docket and followed things that were mentioned in the annexure.
Kodwa ke ngasithola sona ngasifaka ke kulona ke idokodo ngase ngilandelela ke lokho okwakukhona ke noma kubhaliwe lapho.
Now, regarding exhibit JJ, Mr. Ramusepeli put a certain proposition to Ms. Cronje, who took down the statement, She testified on the 17th of October 2020, page 7 of the record. If you can put the contents of that proposition by Mr. Ramusipilo on record, it appears as I say on page 7, proceedings of 17 October 2020.
That proposition of the question being put to the witness must be placed in its proper context, my lord. The entirety of the trial within the trial was conducted by Mr. Mngomezulu. So I think there should be a typo from the typist or something, my lord.
There should be what?
I think it's a typographical, because I was representing both accused number 1 and 2, but the propositions were put by my learned colleague at the time.
Yeah, fine, but they're on record, are they not?
Yes. It doesn't really take the matter any distance, my lord. We will refer to the proposition by Mr. Mngomezulu. On page 71 of the proceedings of the 20th of October 2023, line 4 to 6, if you can just put it on record.
Yes, the proposition is as follows, my lord, from Mr. Mngomezulu. My instruction is that he has never or did not attach any initials, and he did not sign any statement, especially in front of you.
Lana ke okushiwo uyena ke uMr Mngomezulu ke ukuthi ke ngitshelwa ke ummangalela noma umsola engimele ukuthi akakaze noma ke futhi ke abhaleke ama initials akhe ke noma lamagama la ama initials nokuthi futhi akakaze asayinde nasiphi istatement kakhulukazi phambi kwakho.
And the proposition went further to say he was taken to Germiston, where he was then made to sign this, to a place in Germiston where he was made to sign the statement.
Yes, my lord. So what I have in front of me in terms of WJ, Exhibit WJ, my lord, there is a portion for the deponent, and each page is initialed on Exhibit WJ. So it is initialed, and I'm referring to the document itself. So if one looks at the document, that proposition is not true, my lord.
Which page is it on?
Each, my lord. So I'm looking at annexure, from annexure. This is page 1. There is initial of the deponent. Page 2 of 9. There's initials of the deponent. And when I say deponent, my lord, I'm not saying it in isolation, because you have one by the magistrate, deponent, and the interpreter. So there's 3 on page 1. There's also 3 on page 2. There's 3 on page 3. On page 4, there is the magistrate and the deponent. Page 5, magistrate and the deponent and the interpreter. Page 6, there's 3 initials. Page 7, 3 initials. Then on page 8, there is a signature, and there's a signature for the deponent and the initials at the bottom, my lord. The magistrate and the interpreter also signed, but at page 9, there's also 3 initials, deponent also initials. Then the annexures, the appointment certificate of the police officers who were there. The first one is Sergeant Mohane. There is initials similar to the one of the deponents. Same with page 2, which is the appointment certificate of Lisereng, one of the police officers. Page 3, appointment certificate of Jonathan. There is initials similar to the one of the deponent. The annexure A, my lord. There is a signature, initials similar to the deponent on page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, and page 6. So all pages are initialed by the signature that is appearing under deponent, my lord.
Lana ke kona onke ke lama page ke akhona ke ama initial asikhulumi ke ngokuthi asayindeke ngokuphelele kodwa ke abhaleke lamagama la igama lakhe eliqala ngawo kwenziwe ke lokho ku page ngayodwa ke la uthola ukuthi ke imantshi isayindile noma ke yabeka ama initials ayo kanye futhi ke nalowo wenza statement kanye naye ke utolika kwenziwe konke kuwona onke ama page.
So, Brigadier Gininda, in a nutshell, the upshot of that proposition is that the accused says he's not the source of this exhibit JJ.
My Lord, I think Mrs. Cronje will be in a better position
Yes.
because I don't want to be seen to be speaking on,
Yes.
on her behalf, because she
Yes.
took this. I can only comment on things that I know. What I know is that out of the discussions between the state and accused two and his attorney on the 23rd of June, arrangement was made that this document should be completed. And such arrangements then moved to the 24th of June, where Advocate Mjiaho, accused number 2, went to make this confession. Insofar as I know, he was there, he was the source. But obviously, if the insinuation or the point of contention is that, no, he didn't say this, I think Mrs. Cronje will be there. But I'm aware that there was an arrangement, there was a discussion. This document was then produced. After my Lord, it was produced and given it to us. As I've said, the discussions continued with the state, and there was no indication that there's a disjuncture or a distancing between the two documents. This is now Exhibit HH and Exhibit JJ by the representative of accused number 2. The discussion went along, so they stood by what was there.
Lana ke umsolo wesibili ke uthi ke yena ke akusiyena ke umuntu ke owasho noma ke owakhuluma lokhu okubhaliwe lana ke ngicabanga ukuthi ke uMiss Cronje uyena ke ongayiphendelela ke kulokhu nanjengoba mina ke ngangingekho lapho ngabukeki ke sengathi ke ngiyamkhulumela kodwa engakusho ukuthi ke ingqoqo lezi ke noma kuyingqoqo ezazikhona ke nge23 zika June 2020 ila ekwathatha khona ke isinqumo sokuthi ke angiqale ke ngenze ukuthi ke kuyobonwa yona ke imanje ngazo i24 zika June 2020 ngiyazi ukuthi wayekhona ke lapho umsolo wesibili kanye futhi naye ke ummeli wakhe futhi ke kwabese kubhalwa ke lokhu okubhaliwe ke khona lana nanjengoba ngishilo ke futhi ukuthi ingqoqo zase ziqhubeka ke futhi emuva kwalokho akaze ngizwe ke ukuthi ke kwakunesikhathi la khona ke umsolo wesibili nommeli wakhe beyiqhelanisa ke nalokhu okubhaliwe khona la.
Now, if you say there was no disjuncture between Exhibit JJ and the previous Exhibit HH, can you just maybe elaborate? What do you mean?
What I mean, my Lord, is that, okay, if you look at what is contained in Exhibit HH and Exhibit JJ, the similarities are there. It's just that in Exhibit JJ, there's more elaboration, more content is given, but the essence of what you get, my Lord, is the same. That's the first part.
Engakusho ukuthi ke kulamazibiti amabili ke uHH no JJ uma ke uwabuka ke wabeka ndawonye ke uzobona ke ukuthi khona ke la ekufana khona ke ukuthi njena ku JJ ke ila khona ke ekunikezwa imininingwane eminingi ke ngaphezulu kwale enikeziwe la ku HH.
The second aspect, my Lord, I was saying, insofar as the discussions that I said were taking place, there was no indication from the legal team of accused number 2 that there's a distance. They stood by what was composed in Exhibit HH and Exhibit JJ, my Lord. I'm saying this because even after the 23rd of June 2020, my Lord, I didn't testify about this on the trial within trial, but there were instances where I had to arrange for Advocate Mjiako, who was an attorney at the time, with a certain advocate that he appointed to consult with accused 2. It was different dates, where they will ask me and say, we need a permission to go in and consult. Can you make arrangements? So, and that was happening during those times of those negotiations, my Lord.
Okunye futhi ke engathulanga ke ufakazi ngawo ke ukuthi ke manje bangishilo ukuthi ke kuye kwaqhubeka ke nasemuva ke kwazo i23 lezo ke kunala ke umjiyako ke owayese ummeli ke ngaleso sikhathi ke owayengicela ke ukuthi ke neadvocate ke owayesebenza naye ngaleso sikhathi bafisa ukuthi ke bahlanganeke naye umsolo wesibili baconsult noma bahlale phansi bakhulume naye ke.
Yes, my Lord.
On how many occasions did these consultations take place?
Objection, my lord, that's a hearsay evidence. There is no evidence of such notes that have been presented before this court as evidence. No reference should be made to those conversations between those respective attorneys, my lord.
My lord, we are
Sorry,
asking-
sorry, wait.
I
But
don't know what
I thought this is Brigadier's
arrangements.
Gininda's arrangement. He says
Yes.
they arranged with him. There was a certain other advocate who apparently was instructed by Mjiako, who's an attorney. How can that be hearsay?
Yes, we're not referring to the content of the
No,
conversations.
fine. I'm just saying that's
Yes.
what he says.
Yes.
You were there, sir. Oh, you're just.
No, the request came to me, my lord. I was
Yes.
asked specifically to make those arrangements, and
Yeah,
I
fine.
did.
On how many occasions did you make those arrangements?
My lord, I will not be able to remember, but it was more than one occasions at the police station where I will make arrangements and then I will communicate back and then they will go in insofar as the feedback that will be given, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. It remains a hearsay, my lord, with due respect, to such an extent that the witness cannot even recall the number of those occasions, had at least a diary or any notes or any indication.
No. How is it? If I forget a fact, even if I was there, then it's hearsay. It's the first time I hear such law. First time.
My lord, if there is no evidence presented
what?
before the court regarding those arrangements that the witness is referring to, that he made an arrangement between the legal representative of an accused person and himself and any other persons, my lord, that ought to have been recorded. It's either from the
fine, but-
diary or
fine.
anywhere.
But
Then
that is not hearsay. That is direct speech, direct evidence. That's how
As the court
I was
will.
taught the law.
it's a hearsay evidence, my lord.
Oh, I see.
So God, please,
That's new law.
we differ with respect from my colleague.
What is it? Is it direct evidence or hearsay evidence?
Well, is direct
When I
evidence.
talk to Mandela and say, "How Baba, Tata,"
He
sithola
testifies.
ngenkululeko. Then he says, "Oh, you know what, Mtanam, I've forgotten."
He testifies about what is within his personal knowledge.
Yeah, that's it, right. Okay, yes, let's go now.
Yes. In any case, you mentioned that you cannot remember the number of occasions that you had to make the arrangements.
Indeed, my lord, yes.
Ushilo ukuthi awusawakhumbula amahlandla ukuthi kwakuwa amahlandla mangaki ke becela ukuthi ke bafisa ukuthi ke bayohlangana nomsolo bakhulume naye.
Thank you. Then if we can closely examine what the accused stated in Exhibit JJ. If you can start on page 2.
Yes.
There's a paragraph B, there's a paragraph C,
Yes, my lord.
and there is a sentence there. If you can then refer to the third paragraph.
So should I
Yes.
place it on record from the top, my lord, right up to?
Yes, you can start right at the top,
All right.
just to give context.
Yes. So paragraph B, my lord, says he is also informed that if necessary, he may be afforded protection against any irregularities, and that I will as soon as possible have any irregularity investigated by a senior police officer. C, that this is not a trial and that I am not hearing any charge against him. Then the question is, do you understand the explanation and do you accept it as correct? His answer is yes. Next question, do you wish to comment or have anything to say in this regard?
Can you stop there?
Ifundeka ke ngalendlela noma ke uma echazelwa ke so
You're reading Mrs. Kronje's
Yes.
I'm reading Mrs. Cronier's confession, Exhibit JJ, my lord, page 2 of Exhibit JJ.
yes, Mr. Baloyi. Is that necessary?
Well, there is a portion, my lord, that we want to place on record, and also just to place the contents of the entire statement on record, my lord. As we mentioned, this is with a view to section 209, which we have placed on record, yes.
As the court places, my lord, this information was placed on record by the magistrate herself, and it's before this court as evidence. What I thought we were dealing with were the contents of the statement to show markers of reliability or unreliability. That's where we are at, my lord, as the court places.
Indeed, we are going to get to that point, my lord, but
What does section 209 say?
well, it says the accused may be found guilty on his confession if it's corroborated in a material respect, or if there's evidence aliunde to corroborate what is stated in the confession. So in other words, my lord,
So that is evidence aliunde.
yes, in other words, apart from this, the state evidence, a court can still convict the accused on what he says in his confession. That is the effect thereof, my lord.
Okay, fine.
Yes. But there's just, can we just put that portion, the answer to the question? Yes. It's
bese-
only that portion, just to allay the fears of my colleague.
Bese etshelwa ke ukuthi uma sikhona ke isidingo uzovikelwa ke uma kukona kuphi na okungahambi ke ngendlela, nokuthi uma kuukuthi ke lokho ke ngiyachazelwa ke kuzothi kuphenywe ke uma ngabe khona ke iphoyisa ke mhlambe ke elisesikhundleni ke ephezulu ke elingaphathanga ngendlela, nokuthi futhi lokhu akusikona uqulwa kwecala, nokuthi ke angizange ukuthi ngizolalela ukuthi uthweswa liphi icala lana, ingabe uyakuzwa yini lokhu okuchazelwayo noma futhi uyakwamukela yini. Impendulo yabe isisho ke ukuthi yebo kukhona yini ofisa ukuthi ke ukusho mayelana nalokho.
You just put the answer on record.
My lord, his answer is, I believe I need to be protected from a group of people whom I was with when this whole thing was committed. I was already pointed with a finger as a warning when this thing was done, and I was still a young boy. I am not sure where else in Gauteng they have them or so. They were all grown ups at that time. I also do not trust the police since I believe they can be easily bribed.
Impendulo ke yabe isithi ke ngikholeka ekuthini ke kudingeka ukuthi ngivikelwe kwiqembu labantu enganginabo ngathi ke lokhu ukwenzeka, ngase ngikhonjiwe ke ngomunye ke nanjengesixwayiso, ngathi ke lokhu kwenzeka ngangisengumfanyana omncane, anginaso ke isiqiniseko sokuthi ke ikuphi nendawo la eGauteng ababeke baboshwa khona ke ngaphambilini, babekhulileke noma bebadala kumina ke bonke ngaleso sikhathi leso, angazi ke angiwathembi ke namaphoyisa ke nanjengoba ukuthi kulula ke ukuthi akwazelwe.
Did you have any comment regarding that? The fear of reprisals, as mentioned here?
My lord, all I can say is that I was once reported that, by one of the witnesses that there were threats in his life, and he specifically implicated one of the accused. So the similarities, I'm saying personally, I was informed by a witness to say there were threats in his life, and he was very specific insofar as implicating one of the accused. My lord.
Ingaba ke into ke lena ke ongathi nolwazi ke lwayo ke yebo ngasho ke ukuthi ke kunofakazi ke oweke weza ke kumina ke ezobika ke ukuthi ke usuke wasatshiswa ke ngaphambilini futhi ke wamusho ke ukuthi omunye ke wabasolwa.
You've already referred to the evidence of Constable Zungu about an incident that happened on the 18th.
Yes, I was actually
Of
referring to
November.
him specifically, my lord.
Ukusukhulumele ke ngobufakazi bakhe ke uZungu, yebo bengikhuluma ngaye ke uma ngisho.
Thank you. We can then proceed to the statement itself, Annexure A.
All right, so Annexure A, my lord, so it is page 10. But it's page 10 in terms of the sequence of the pages, but page 1 of the Annexure A, my lord. It reads as follows. I used to work in Carltonville in 2014. I received a call from Sifiso Ntuli. He got my number from Muzi. They asked me to come to Basutu Hostel, Phosphorus. I came to Basutu Hostel and Sifiso called me to the bedroom. In the bedroom, it was myself, Sifiso and Muzi. While in the bedroom, Sifiso told me there was a job that evening.
Yeah, just allow the
Ngangisebenza eCarltonville ngo-2014 ngathola-ke ucingo olubuya kuSifiso Ntuli inamba yami wayithola kuMuzi bangicela-ke ukuthi ngize eBasuthu Hostel ePhosphorus ngeza-ke eBasuthu Hostel uSifiso-ke wangibizela ekamereni khona lapho-ke ekamereni kwakuyimina uSifiso kanye noMuzi sathi-ke sise lapho yes
Yes, we mentioned as you go along, you mentioned that there was an indication from accused number 2 and his legal representative that they stand by what is stated in Exhibit HH. I'm sorry if you can show the similarities as you go along.
Indeed. Should I show the similarities?
Yes.
Ushilo-ke ukuthi-ke nanjengoba bekhona lesi statement-ke sokuqala esiwu-HH ukuthi-ke akaze kube khona-ke ukuthi beke nokuyiqhelanisa-ke phakathi kwamsolo wesibili nommeli wakhe-ke nanjengoba uqhubeka-ke ngizocela ukuthi kule statement eyimbili-ke umane ukukhomba-ke la ekufanayo khona-ke noma-ke ekhulunywa into eyodwa.
So the year, my lord, it's similar in that in Exhibit HH and JJ, he mentions 2014. That is similar. You find it in both.
Kuzo zoyimbili-ke le statement lezi zothola-ke ukuthi-ke khulunywa ngonyaka owodwa u-2014.
The hostel's name, my lord, it's also similar.
Kanye futhi-ke negama-ke le hostel-ke kubizwa-ke igama elifanayo.
Name of the Muzi Sibia, although in here you say Muzi Sibia, Nkani, you know, the name that I mentioned here, so far, my lord, I've not read Exhibit JJ in full, but the name Muzi and Nkani Sifiso Ntuli is also contained in Exhibit HH, my lord.
Namagama-ke uJJ angamfundi wonke-ke ngokuphelele-ke kodwa-ke uma ngibuka-ke thola-ke amagama-ke uMuzi uSifiso Ntuli uNkani-ke akhona-ke kuzona zombili.
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay, then it says Sifiso and Muzi left the hostel. I remained behind. Sifiso left the hostel. I remained behind and was drinking and chilling with my friends. Muzi called me to the Vivo vehicle later that evening. He was with Sifiso in the vehicle. When this thing initially happened, we were in Muzi's room and we proceeded, I suppose we proceeded to Sifiso's room number 1B. While in the room, in Sifiso's room, Carlos and Ntokoziseni Mapisa arrived.
Okay, sathi-ke sesekamereni lapho-ke uSifiso-ke wasengitshelela-ke ukuthi-ke okay uSifiso noMuzi bahamba-ke ehostel ngasala-ke ngasemuva-ke mina-ke ngiphuza ngihlezi khona lapho nabangani bami uMuzi-ke wasengibizela kwiVivo imoto yeVivo ngalabo busuku lobo waye kanye noSifiso kuleyo moto leyo uma ngabe lokhu kwenzeka-ke sasisekamereni lakhe uMuzi saqhubeka-ke saya kulona-ke ikamera likaSifiso uroom number 1B sathi-ke sise lapho ekamereni likaSifiso uCarlos kanye noNtokoziseni Mapisa bafika.
Yes, any comparisons you wish to make?
Yes, my lord. The names now, Carlos and Mapisa, my lord, are also contained in Exhibit HH, my lord.
Amagama ke lana uCarlos kanye noNtoziseni noMaphisa akhona ke nawo lana ke ku HH
As well as the meeting, my lord.
kanye futhi nawo ke umhlangano.
And the vehicle mentioned therein?
The vehicle, my lord, so far is mentioned as a Vivo. Let me just go back. Yes, it says a Vivo vehicle, my lord. So perhaps we'll deal with it at a later stage, my lord.
Thank you.
Lana ke imoto ekhulunywa ngayo khulunywa ke ngeVivo kulesi engisifundayo manje.
Yes, you may
Then
proceed.
furthermore, Carlos and Mthokoziseni Mapisa then called Kelly Kumalo. They told her that they were all right. We all then left in the Polo Vivo. It was myself, Carlos, Mthokoziseni Mapisa, Sifiso and Muzi.
uCarlos kanye noNthokoziseni Maphisa ke base beshayela ucingo yena ke uKelly Khumalo bamtshela ke ukuthi ke sesikahle noma sesime ngomomo ke sahamba sonke ngayo iPolo Vivo kwakuyimina uCarlos uNthokoziseni Maphisa uSifiso kanye noMuzi.
My lord, then the name of Miss Kelly Kumalo is a similarity that appears now on both exhibits, and as well as the naming of accused two co-accused is mentioned them now as the people he departed with to the crime scene.
Lana ke manje siyaphinda siyabona ke okuhlanganayo ke nalosi statement bese sifundiwe ngaphambilini ila ekhulunywa khona ke ngegama lakhe uMiss Kelly Khumalo kanye futhi ke umsolo wesibili uyaqhubeka ke manje usechaza ke nabanye ke noma amanye amagama ethi labo ke ahamba nabo.
As well as now specifically the description of the car as a Polo Vivo, my lord, which is similar. Although there is mentioned silver, but it's the fact that the name Polo is also mentioned, my lord.
Futhi ke negama ke manje le moto iPolo Vivo noma ke ngalena kwesinye ke statement lesi bashilo eshilo ke ukuthi ke iPolo Vivo esilver kodwa manje uyayibiza ke moto uthi iPolo Vivo.
Then it goes further, my lord, to say at the stop sign another Polo Vivo came, and Carlos Mthokoziseni Mapisa, Sifiso and Muzi alighted the vehicle. I remained behind. They spoke amongst themselves, and they spoke with Simpiwe, who came in the other Polo Vivo vehicle. Simpiwe gave Mthokoziseni 2 firearms.
Sathi ke uma sifika ke ku stop ke noma ke stop sign ke kwaqhamuka ke enye ke iPolo Vivo uCarlos uNthokoziseni Maphisa uSifiso kanye noMuzi baphuma ke emotweni ngasala ngasemuva mina bakhuluma ke bayikhulumela bona ke futhi ke bakhuluma noSimpiwe owayefike ngenye iPolo Vivo uSimpiwe wanikeza ke uNthokoziseni ibhame ezimbili.
Should I proceed? ma'am?
Yes, you can proceed.
We then left. We went to the township Fosoras. At Fosoras stop one. At Fosoras stopped one.
We stopped the vehicle.
We then left. We went to the township Fosoras. At Fosoras, we stopped the vehicle. A call came in, I think it was Kelly, and Carlos kept on referring to this person as sisters. Carlos got out of the vehicle to take this call, whereafter he called Mapisa, Sifiso and Muzi out of the vehicle. They had a meeting outside of the vehicle. They came back to the vehicle. Mthokoziseni took out a firearm and gave it to Carlos. Muzi had his own firearm. Sifiso had his own firearm.
Sase sihamba ke siya ke elokishini eFosloras samisa ke imoto kwangena-ke ucingo ngicabanga ukuthi kwakuwuKelly ngoba-ke kanye futhi-ke noCarlos wayemane njalo nje ethi-ke kulo muntu sisters uCarlos waphuma-ke emotweni ukuyophendula lolo cingo lolo. Emuva kwalokho-ke wabiza-ke uMaphisa, uSifiso, umuzi babaphuma-ke emotweni baba nomhlangano ngaphandle kwemoto. Babuya-ke bebuyela emotweni uMthokoziseni wakhipha isibhamu wasinikeza uCarlos. Umuzi wayenesakhe isibhamu, uSifise wayenesakhe isibhamu.
My lord, the correlation here is that on both exhibits, it's mentioned that it's alleged that the instruction came from Miss Kelly Kumalo. So that's the common part, my lord.
Okunye futhi okubhekayo-ke noma uma ubuka-ke ukuthi kuzona zoyimbili ley'tatimende lezi-ke kuyasho-ke ukuthi-ke umlomo-ke wawubuya-ke noma-ke izwi-ke lalubuya kuyena-ke uMiss Kelly Khumalo ukuthi akwenziwe lokho.
Then it goes further to say, I was the only one without a firearm.
Sfiso, just that Sfiso had his own firearm.
Okay, wait. Okay, Sifiso had his own firearm. I was the only one without a firearm.
Yes, then there's an insertion. I had a small one in my pocket.
Yeah, but I can't read this insertion proper,
Yes,
my lord.
yes.
Yeah.
It's already on record. I had a small one in my pocket, but I didn't use it.
Okay, my lord.
It was given to me in the vehicle. You may proceed.
All right, my lord. Then it says,
Carol said to us,
we all had to be positioned since we all were going to hit Senzo Meyiwa. We then all got out of the vehicle. Sifiso was the driver. Muzi was the lookout. Mapisa went to stand by the window, also a lookout for someone who might come out of the window. Carlos.
Just give the interpreter a chance.
Kwakuyimina kuphela-ke owayengenaso-ke wayengenaso ekuyesami. Sikhona-ke esincane enganginaso-ke kodwa-ke angangisebenzisanga-ke ngasinikezwa emotweni. uCarlos washo-ke kuthina-ke ukuthi-ke kuzofanele-ke sime kahle-ke noma sime ngendawo-ke kahle nanjengoba sonke-ke sasizomshaya uSenzo sasesiphuma-ke emotweni. uSifiso uyena kwakuwumshayeli, umuzi uyena-ke owayezobheka, uMaphisa naye-ke wahamba wayoma-ke fasteleni naye-ke wayezobheka futhi uma kungenzeka-ke ukuthi kube nomuntu ophuma ngalo ifastela.
Carlos and I were supposed to get in the house. When we got to the house, he pulled out a firearm. He ordered everyone to lie down and demanded phones and money.
uCarlos nami-ke kwakufanele ukuthi-ke kwakumele ukuthi-ke singeneke phakathi endlini. Uma ngabe sesingenile-ke endlini wakhipha isibhamu wasetshela wonke umuntu-ke ukuthi alale phansi wafuna futhi-ke amafoni nemali.
My lord, what is also common with the exhibits is the demand of cell phones and money, my lord. You find it in these two exhibits, my lord.
Okunye futhi-ke lana-ke okufanayo-ke okutholayo kuzona zoyimbili ley'tatimende-ke ila ekufuna khona-ke ama-cell phones kanye nemali.
And that also accused 2 alleges that he went in with accused 3, my lord.
Nokuthi futhi-ke umsolo wesibili uyasho-ke ukuthi-ke wangena nomsolo wesithathu.
Carlos then gave me a phone. I had a plastic bag with me. There was a plastic container on the table with money. Carlos gave me the container, which I put in the plastic bag.
uCarlos wanginikeza iphone ngangine plastic enganginawo kumina-ke kwakukhona futhi-ke no-container we-plastic owawukhona-ke phezu kwetafula owawunemali. UCarlos wanginikeza lowo container lowo engayifaka-ke kwibhegi leyo ye-plastic.
The similarities as well, my lord, with the two exhibits is the container, the fact that there was a container with money that was taken. And I did mention that it was not mentioned on the witness statements, but on the two exhibits, WJ and H, it is mentioned, my lord, the container.
Okunye futhi-ke okhulunywa ngako-ke kuzona zoyimbili ley'tatimende lezi-ke yile container lena eyayinemali-ke ngishilo ukuthi kuyitatimende zabo ofakazi-ke akekho okhulumile ngayo-ke le mali noma le container le eyayinemali kodwa-ke kuzona zombili iy'tatimende kuyakhulunywa ngayo.
And furthermore, my lord, that the cell phone was taken by accused two, the deponent in this matter.
Nokunye futhi-ke ukuthi-ke kunomakhalekhukhwini-ke noma-ke i-cellphone eyathathwa-ke uyena umsolwa wesibili okuyena-ke owenza isitatimende lesi.
On both exhibits, my lord.
Kuzona zoyimbili iy'tatimende lezi.
Mr. Court, please, my lord, will it be an appropriate time to call it a day?
That's all. Okay.
3:23.
You're still available tomorrow, eh? Because
Yes.
it's the 20 November.
No. I'm only available this week, my lord, and that week up to Friday because my exams is on the 12th. So
right.
the 11th is on Monday. So for the next 2 weeks, I'm available.
Okay, thanks. Then adjourn until tomorrow 10.